Alright. Starting up. Straight into a game. Oh, Dan has no music on his game. I guess that makes sense, because I think he plays copyrighted music all the time. I guess that makes sense. VOD watchers get to pop in and boom, game started. Perfect timing. It took me a little bit of time to get my stream started when they were like, we're starting up a match. We know you like to watch matches right as they start. I was like, I do. I guess I'm starting my stream early. Panic. Ooh, ah. Okay, I do have to tab back into this if I want Dan to show. So while I was doing the notification, you didn't get to see Dan deliberating on his class, but luckily, that's not really a big deal here, so that's good. Hey, we back. Quick, start the stream! Start the stream right now! Oh, God. Yo, what up, Revelation? Happy start of the week. Heck yeah. Bingus. Good job with commentary over the weekend. Yo, thank you. And looking forward to more in the future. Now, there are a lot of other commentators that want to commentate, so I don't think we'll be this very next weekend, although it would be cool if we were. But hopefully we'll end up being like the finals of the Bingus. Either the grand finals or the losers finals, both equally exciting. Hopefully we can get one of those, but we'll see. We'll see what Dom's plans are. How you doing today? Has my Monday been? I'm doing good. My Monday has been chill. It hasn't really been much going on, you know? I kind of woke up, got some food, I don't know, watched some YouTube videos, did something. I don't know. Presumably I did something. Somehow the hours passed, and now we're streaming. I like how you have dedicated practice commentating setup. I mean, you got to make it look nice, right? You gotta have a good looking stream here. And this, I like this setup. The only thing I haven't decided is whether I want some kind of like background color. Like for example, I could have blue in the background there, but then like I feel like it's too bright. It's too much. So like I haven't used that. I could do like a darker blue or something. Maybe that would be nicer, but I don't know. Do I have alerts turned off? They should be on. Alerts. That's not alerts. They should be. Oh. A lot of my alerts... Okay, TTS and alerts are on and would cover the board. But... less lag on Raydan's side. He's not actually ahead by that much. Just Discord stream is much less lag than watching a Twitch stream. But... yeah, some of my alert things go through a bot which changes what is on and off on my OBS, but it changes it on a specific scene because that's how you have to set it up. You can't just have it change it no matter which scene you're on. So because I'm on a different scene than usual, those bot initiated alerts don't necessarily work the same. Blue's a little harsh, yeah. I could go with a much darker blue, and maybe that would be nicer, but certainly I think the black works, and the blue is too much, as it is currently. Well, you're welcome. Oh, hi, period. Thank you for the gifted sub to JK Runner. There it is. I see it now. Yep. Yo, let's go. All right. I haven't actually looked at the board yet. Good luck with commentating. Thank you. Oh, there is Tree Sentinel +0 weapon only. Neither of them choosing to go for it, actually. That's a little interesting. I think that is one that I do see people go for quite often. Both of them just like, nah, I'd rather get a faster start. Is there something that it looks like they're going to rush towards? There's Radon without summoning NPCs. That's one that, people go to early a lot. Take Raya's Hand, doesn't take any killing and is relatively quickly with all the warps you can get. So that one's not too bad. Somberstone Bellbearing 1 and 2 is actually a common one to do early, just because in the caves where the Somberstone 1 and 2 are, you can pick up smithing stones and somber stones and get easier upgrades. But yeah, nothing. Oh, I guess if you kill Radon, there's also Restore Radon's Great Rune. So this is once again a very centralized Radon board. We were just talking yesterday about how often a board is like, yeah, you have to go Radon. Actually, both people have to go Radon. And it's like, whoever goes Radon first gets a free square. And like, this is another one of those boards where it's just, okay, very Radon heavy. Did a good job this weekend. Yo, thank you, Anya. You could put a semi-transparent image. Why? I could take the color blue. Sorry, it's going to be harsh for a second. I could select a color blue that is a darker blue, and now all of a sudden, wow, that's less harsh. I could even take that blue and I could make it even darker than that. And then, wow, that's, like I could just change the color. I don't have to, I don't have to, anyway, I'm going to change it back and then turn it off. There's no real reason to make it transparent when it's just a color. A transparent blue on a black background is just a darker color of blue. I could just manually make a darker color of blue. Nice overlay. Thank you. It's it works very, very well for the commentating when I don't have to make it look official, right? Because this looks very nice and everything is like as big as possible, but I don't have like an overlay, so it doesn't look like an official match. It just looks like, everything just in their place, which is quite nice. Yeah, both of them are just taking the time to set up. I think both of them are probably going to attempt to do Radon first, which totally makes sense. And so they're just going about grabbing all the upgrade stones to do Radon. Neither of them. So here we're already maybe starting to see a bit of a shift in the meta, potentially. Or just a habit of these two players. Most players that I see, they're like, what square can I do right now at +0? And that's their first thought. But both of them just immediately said, oh, okay, I should go get upgrades before I go for my first square. All these squares are going to be better with upgrades. So a very different playstyle from what I've seen from other players so far. Possible meta shift. Maybe other people are going to follow suit and everyone's going to start setting up before doing squares. Or possible not, Possibly just these two players or this one particular board that they see. You could duplicate your camera and have two of you. Mitch so nice you see him twice. Well, then where would chat go? I don't. Chat would be gone. How do you play the game? You press buttons to hit enemies. Press other buttons to avoid enemies' attacks so you don't die. Not the Elden Ring, but the board. You can go to bingobrawlers.com and you'll find all the resources you need there. There's like a links page or something like that that you could do. All right. So Dan going for the Boggard kill so that he can give Raya's necklace back. So he is actually going for a square before getting fully set up. Whereas Tom, this has got to be a Radon. He is almost certainly heading towards Radon. He got a Grace in Altus specifically to activate Radon's Festival. Oh, Dan died, though. I don't think he grabbed the Grace here either. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Shaking his camera. Shaking it for us. That's for our pleasure. He is not streaming right now. This is only on Discord for us to watch. Okay, he did grab the Grace. So not the worst thing, but I mean, definitely quite a time loss. Ooh, that's not a good trade for him either. I don't know if he has any runes that he wants to pick up. He is in no hurry to pick them up, so okay, yeah, it's 2,000 runes. That's not a whole lot. Oh, really having some trouble here, though. Or Tom, yeah, rushing right to Radon, the classic. Also, fist check is nice with Ryas plus Boggart. If you don't die. Yeah. I mean, like, I don't hate either of these starting plays, but I think Radon is just too powerful in this meta that I think Tom will end up ahead out of the start. Like, if Radon was not so powerful in this meta, I actually like what Dan is doing better. Raya's, while getting a fist weapon check, is quite nice, but, like, it's just, okay, sure, you've got that, but now Tom has access to the underground whenever he wants it, you know? Oh, now Tom has access to... Well, I guess there's not that much in this. There is Restore Radon's Great Rune. Tom has access to that whenever he wants it. I guess there's not that much specifically underground in this board. So maybe it's not as bad as I'm making it out to be, but we've seen so many... Oh, careful, Dan! Careful! Careful, SpongeBob! Careful! Oh, there you go. Nice running attack to get him. Does Rise give you priority on Godskin Noble, or is there a TP there? There's a TP there. Wait. No, actually kind of does give you. It kind of does give you a little priority, actually. There is a TP, like, close, but it's, like, outside. You have to, like, kind of go around and walk through the door, so it gives you a little priority. It saves you 30 seconds to a minute of walking, so it's kind of nice. Pada, yuck, yeah. Cypher Pada or Pada? Cypher Pada, yuck. Pada, that's all right. It's okay. Pada, okay, that's all right. I'd probably use that over his halberd, but it ain't great. Do you think the without summoning NPCs part of the square is redundant at this point? Super redundant. Mega redundant. Everyone agrees. Mega redundant. There is no point in saying without NPC summons. Most people, even if that is not a square on the board, will not summon NPCs. Some people will summon them anyway. They can do a tiny bit, but, like, nobody relies on summons. Nobody goes, oh, if there were summons, I could kill Radon, but without summons, there's no way I can kill him right now. It means almost nothing, so it is a super redundant restriction, and that square should either probably be changed, or honestly just removed would be fine as well. Something has happened to Tom's stream. Don't know if that was on Tom's end or mine. One hand R2 spam. Oh, is that the Pada? I think it is. A lot of fist weapons have that. Didn't freeze for you. And you're watching Tom on his own stream as well, so okay. Maybe on my end, though. But, I mean, Dan didn't freeze, and I'm watching him through Discord, so I don't know. I don't know what happened. Sometimes you just get a little lag. I'm just going to refresh it real quick while Radon is in the air so that we can be caught up on what Tom's going for. Tom getting the riposte, not even getting the stagger, not even taking the riposte. Honestly, he's going for bleed, so I kind of respect it. I don't know that the riposte would have done that much, whereas a bleed proc would do a lot. Ooh, he actually kind of rolled early there. That almost felt like he should have gotten hit for that, but barely avoids it. Or maybe that's just a setup that he has where he always rolls like that. I don't know, but it looked strange to me. All right, just a few more hits. One more bleed proc or frost proc. There it is. Tom getting the first square. Kill Radon without summoning NPCs. Dan is set up to take Raya's hand and has some good weapons set up, so it's not like he has no compensation, but at this point, Tom definitely is ahead on Restore Radon's Great Rune, obviously. But, you know, a fairly even start here. Is Radon a horse-riding boss? Yes, he is. He rides on Leonard. So, as far as horse-riding bosses, which is... Not on this board. I thought there might have been because you asked about it. But if there was, then yes, that would have synergy. All right, Tom now heading for the +0 Tree Sentinel. Oh, it's the same claws he was using. So he actually killed Radon with a +0 weapon as well. Even though he did a little bit of setup at the start, he didn't actually use it because I think he wanted to save his claws for the Tree Sentinel. Very interesting. Row 2, column 2. Oh, never mind. I'm so blind. Never mind. Every time someone mentions a square, I swear I look at and I read every other square, and that one is the one that I look over. All right. So Tom actually, yeah, if he gets Tree Sentinel with a +0, that is 2 bosses that ride a horse already for Tom. So that's some nice priority on it. Dan heading here into the old Altus Tunnel gets him more upgrade materials. So yeah, Dan just like fully setting up. He hasn't taken Raya's hand yet. He's trying to basically bait Tom into maybe trying to do a little bit of the same thing before he actually cashes in on the square and trying to get set up himself. But Tom is just rushing some squares here. All right, Tom, one more hit. There it goes. Kill Limgrave Tree Sentinel with a +0 weapon only. That's 2 squares for Tom to 0 for Dan. And 2 bosses that ride a horse for Tom compared to 0 for Dan. But he is going to take Raya's hand. So it'll be back to 2-1. Tom just has better priority on a few current squares. But Dan should have a more set up weapon very soon here. Oh, Tom is actually going for take Raya's hand. That's actually going to lose him time because Dan is about to go do that anyway. So Dan's plan to... nice rhyme. Dan's plan to hold out on it just a little bit longer to get Tom to waste some time is actually going to work. It's only going to cost Tom like 20 seconds here that he wasted. But, you know, better to waste 20 seconds of Tom's time than 0 seconds of his time. So, nice job by Dan. We'll see how Tom responds to this, if he's going to kill Bogart anyway for the fist weapon check. He's at least going to grab the Grace here. He's not doing a pivot warp either, so he is still buying Raya's necklace? What does he want that for? Is he taking Raya's hand anyway? Is this just the fastest way to get to Volcano Manor? I mean, I guess it must be if he's doing this. I can't think of any other reason why he would do it. Taking Raya's hand does block that row as well. Yes, that row that Tom was setting up multiple squares in the same row for. Dan has successfully blocked, so he doesn't have to worry about that one. So neither of them with any, like, real threats yet, but we're still in the very, very early game. Dan's still just going through, collecting all of the stones here. As we get to Godskin, maybe? Maybe. Maybe. I don't know. Dan doing the troll exploding. Oh, very nice. And one more explosion. Easy Stone Digger Troll kill. Blood Fiend's Arm. Now, that's a solid weapon. That is a weapon that he could definitely use for the rest of the game if he wants to. And he could use it for Godskin Noble because it does not have any status on it innately. So as long as he doesn't put status on it, he could get that. There might be like the tiniest bit of bleed buildup technically on its charge start too. I'm not 100% sure. But even if there was, it would never actually proc on its own without making it a bleed weapon. That's a great weapon. Best weapon in the game? It's up there. I really, really, really like it. Dan not going for the meta slow rot. He does have plenty of heals though. He's got 6 heals at +1. That was part of his setup. He got a lot of heals out of the gate. So honestly, he should be fine to make it through the rot. I just actually don't know if it's faster to do the slow rot so that you have to heal less often. That's an S weapon for sure. Oh, for sure. Apparently it's best with Holy. At high stats, it scales best with Holy. I don't think low stat Holy is that good on it, but I don't know for sure. I have not strictly tested it. Obviously, if an enemy was weak to Holy, if it was like a Deathrite bird or something, yeah, you throw Holy on that, and yeah, bam. The other thing, though, is how do you get it Holy? You'd have to do something like get Sacred Blade, because they do not start with the whetstones in base game, but Sacred Blade is very fast to get, so if he wants to make it Holy, he could do that through getting Sacred Blade, which I'm pretty sure you can put on it, although I could be wrong. But I believe you can put it on it, and that could make for a very powerful weapon to have, for sure. It also, though, does take a decent bit of upgrading. Ooh, he hasn't actually dropped it. That's interesting. It doesn't look like he's trying to upgrade it, because you drop the things that you want to get auto-upgraded. So he's at least not auto-upgrading it now. He might use it later. He just might not have the stats. Anyone know what version of the bingo launcher they're using for this season? 16.4 is the bingo launcher, but I don't think that one is released yet, because there will probably be a 16.5 and a 16.6 and a 16.7 and so on as the season goes, because they're going to find things that need to be fixed, and so it's not generally released to the public until it's like the end of the season and it's perfected. So you just use whatever was used for last season and you'll be fine. There's not really any, like, big major changes or updates that have been necessary. You know, it was OP when it's still an S tier after a large nerf. Well, it was only nerfed in, like... It wasn't, like, directly nerfed. I don't know that it was even largely nerfed. It was more, like, specific. Wasn't it, like, only specific scalings got, like... almost bug fixed because they were kind of like double applying or something. I don't remember. But yes, it was a very good weapon, and it is still a very good weapon. Does he like the Bloodstain's armor is the real question as well. That's true. If he doesn't, he should learn to like it, because it's a colossal weapon, and colossal weapons have literally their own square, so you need to get comfortable with them. As well as just in general, they are a solid weapon class to go for in a lot of situations. Like, he specifically killed the troll, which gave him a colossal check. Given that he learned how to kill the troll with the explosives, he should also learn how to use colossal weapons. So, yes, I would like to see him go for it, try it at some point during the match, but it doesn't necessarily have to be soon, because the stats on it is a lot. Max bleed was like 240 and now is around 210. Not that large. Yeah. Yeah, I think they nerfed the, if you put not bleed, but the other affinity on it that scaled with arcane. They nerfed that or something. I don't know. I don't remember. They did something. They definitely nerfed it, but it wasn't like, oh my god, they destroyed the weapon. It does half the damage now. It was just like, no specific interactions, I think, were changed, if I remember correctly. Ooh, Tom bought the Anvil Hammer. Also a solid Colossal. I do think the Blood Fiend's arm's probably better, but, like, that's solid. Occult, that's the one. Yeah. How to use Colossals. Crouch, R1, Profit. Yeah, not a bad way to do it. Okay, Dan going for the Godskin Apostle while Tom is still just setting up. Godskin Apostle being that bottom right corner. I'm kind of surprised neither of them has gone for Somberstone, Bellbearing 1 and 2. That is something that I see a lot of players go for very often during their setup phase to kind of synergize with it. But at this point, it's kind of a little late for that. Both of them have kind of already done alternate setup paths. So I'm going to go ahead and unstar it because it wouldn't really help them get set up now, so they don't have a reason that they need to do it early. Somebody still might. It's not like a horrible square to do early, but it is no longer feeling like a potential rush. Yo, Eternal Belgarath, thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome back to the bunch. Enjoy the emotes. Pretty sure the nerfed the double stance damage that it used to do, no? I don't think it ever did double stance damage. Or you just mean it was 2 instances of stance damage. There was the stance damage from hitting, and then also the stance damage of splash. I believe it still has both. I don't think that got nerfed. All right, there's Godskin Apostle for Raydance. Nice, quick fight. Honestly, he's doing really well with this halberd. I'm not a big fan of halberds, but, like, he's doing well with it, so... who am I to say don't use that halberd if he's comfortable with it and it's doing well for him? It's like, this is going solid for him. 2-2, although Tom does still have the priority on bosses that ride a horse and restore Radahn's Great Rune, but Dan is already set up and on to more squares, so honestly a very even out of the early game for both of them. I thought Tom's initial play would put him in a solid lead, but instead it's only maybe like a very minor lead. Boss and Altus probably will see a Hero's Grave soon as well from Raydan. That could absolutely make sense. So we do have those bosses in Altus Plateau and Mount Gelmir. Could do the Altus Plateau or Mount Gelmir Hero's Grave, which would almost always be the Red Wolf. And then, he could at least force Tom to have to go do Radahn's Great Rune by doing 4 Erdtree or Putrid Avatars. Or theoretically, he could try to sneak it from him and actually go for a line, but I don't think we'll actually see that. That'd be a little silly. But this is, I believe, the Somberstone Bellbearing 2 that he's going for as a boss in Altus Plateau and Mount Gelmir. So honestly, some good synergy here from Dan. Do we see something like Wormface on the board? No. There is a Bellbearing Hunter as well in Altus Plateau he could go for, get some synergy there. There's a Tree Spirit in Mount Gelmir he could go for, get some synergy there. So he does have a lot of potential synergy with these squares on the board here. So we'll see what he ends up going for. Noble counts, I think. We can double check the rules, but I think you are correct. Tom, on the other hand, also inside of one of these caves, opening a door. Oh, the exact same one. It actually might be a race here for Somberstone Bellbearings 1 and 2. In fact, it looks like it will be. Also, the glaive doesn't have status. That's true. I mean, it's rare to find status in base game bingo because you can't just buy the whetstones. You'd have to actually go collect them, which takes more time than most players are willing to commit to it. So, yeah, not something you will always see. In the DLC, you will very often see some form of status. And in the base game, you certainly will still as well if they have a chance to do that, but you don't always have as good of a chance. Whose channel was the Elden Ring streamer house video uploaded to? Oh, so you're talking about the Souls Coliseum, the multi-day event where all of us were in the same house. Aggie was the main stream for that, Lil Aggie. So you could find it in his VODs, but there was no like one video made for the whole event. Okay, it is, in fact, a race for Somberstone Bellbearings 1 and 2. Dan is squarely ahead on getting through here. He doesn't even do the skip. Honestly, I like not doing the skip. If you're really comfortable with the skip, might as well do it. But, like, it's so easy to miss the skip. Okay, you miss it once. Okay, that's fine. You missed it twice. Uh-oh. You missed it a third time, and all of a sudden you've lost time doing the skip instead of save time. So I do not mind going around instead of trying the skip multiple times, especially with those bugs trying to hit you. Like, it can just get really annoying. Who has momentum now? I mean, it could be Dan. Okay, Tom is not committed, actually. He's sort of set up a little differently. He has not gone straight for the Somberstone Bellbearing. He has gathered stuff along the way. This does mean that when he does get sniped here, most likely, he will not lose as much time for it because he at least got some other stuff done in the meantime. Oh, yeah, Dan's damage is just really nice with this halberd. It is putting in work. Very solid yellow damage. I watched it on Big Aggie, the Greater Aggie. Dan has really incredible defensive square positioning. I mean, yeah, he, like, the things he happened to kind of be going for out of the early game were in the perfect spot to block. Bad time to heal, Dan, yeah. Right as he's getting stuff thrown at him. Ooh, that was a slightly early roll, but because he rolled in the correct direction, he got out of it. Has to be careful. Nice. Hits him. Gets the Somber Stone Bell Bearing 1. Bong. There's the mark. Honestly, I think he marked that a little late. Because we got to see him do it with almost no lag on Discord, and it was a few seconds till he marked it there, but that's totally fine, as long as he doesn't delay for more than 30 seconds, but something he might want to consider, just, you know, you generally want to mark things frame 1 so that your opponent cannot possibly steal them. 8 out of 12 bingos blocked after this mark. That's a good point. That's a good point. I think he was mostly just going for things that were easy and early. I think they happened to be in good defensive positions. But yeah, he not only has he blocked a lot of theoretical bingos, he's blocked almost every bingo that Tom has any square in. All he would need to block is anything from column 1. Oh, gets grabbed by the Tree Spirit, has to quit out. He's going to have to redo the fight. Honestly, it was very early in, so that's not that bad. But yeah, if Dan gets something in column 1, he will have blocked every single square that Tom has, or every single line that Tom has any squares in currently, so. Oh, wait, quitting out and restarting the Tree Spirit actually gives you a really nice opener because he has to, like, wake up after you quit out and you're right next to him. That's kind of nice. That almost feels like it could be a strategy. It's probably slower than just fighting him, but, like, honestly, a really, really nice opener. So if you do have to quit out on this one, it's not that bad. Offset diagonals is the best defensive start outside of center square. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah. I always like going for a diagonal. Ooh, gets hit by the explosion. Luckily, Torrent does not die nor even get damaged enough that he gets knocked off of it. So that's solid for him. I kind of like going for a diagonal myself, not actually to win the diagonal, but just because every square that I get in that diagonal is a new row and a new column blocked just by getting that square. So it's like you can get, you know, 3 or 4 in a diagonal and you have blocked so many bingos already. Give him a raisin, Torrent. It does look a little hungry here. A raisin would help a lot. Is Raydan's using a field of view mod? I don't think so. It does almost look like he's slightly more zoomed out than Tom, doesn't it? Is it? I don't. This view looks weird to me unless I'm insane. No, I kind of maybe see what you're saying. I don't know. I don't know. I doubt he would do that, but I don't know. I don't know. Looks normal to me. Yeah. Is it because Tom has stuff on the screen? It could be. It could feel more cramped on Tom's screen, even though it's actually the same. Maybe a different resolution. Could be. Could be. Although I don't think that would change how it looks, only like the pixelation of it, but I don't know. Wasn't the fight with the Tree Spirit? It seemed way more zoomed out, but IDK. Well, it does often zoom out when you're fighting big enemies. Not usually enough. You usually still feel claustrophobic when fighting a big enemy, but the camera, like, is supposed to zoom out a bit when fighting a big enemy. I think. I'm pretty sure. Stream is just a little zoomed in. You can see there's less space to the left of the weapon selection. It is zoomed in very slightly so that it can fill the vertical space just because of how I had to crop things. But I mean, that should be a difference of, like, such a small amount that it shouldn't almost even be visible. Never lock on when fighting Tree Spirits, so maybe it's just a you thing. Ah, could be. The tree spirit fight mess with the field of view. It's possible, and it's possible that it just hasn't changed back yet. Like until Dan quits out or maybe even rests or something. Maybe that would change it back to its normal. I don't know. And screen is cropped a little bit. That's why. Yeah, I mean, both of them are cropped a tiny bit. Just because it was the best way to try to make sure that I could get them to be the same size across different platforms. One is Twitch, one is Discord. So I at least attempted to make them kind of match up. I also genuinely have no idea why there's like a white line between the two streams, because like there shouldn't be, but like I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. OBS is weird. Tom actually going straight for Moog. Very interesting, very early. I guess he did Mogwin Palace as part of his setup anyway, so he's kind of already here. And Tom, an absolute master of the Moog fight, he's had to do it in so many speed runs that he just says, yeah, I can do this whenever I want. I don't have to get, you know, super set up. I don't need to be level 80. I can just go and bang, bang, hit Moog till he dies. Tom going for the column on the left. Ooh, Moog does give a ton of runes to get to rune level 65. That is a good point. He also has collected a few staves. He did the one in Celia while he was there. So all he'd have to do is kill 4 watchdogs, and he could really sneak this from Dan. It doesn't look like a threat so far, but Dan going for the Mount Gelmir Heroes Grave. Bosses in Altus Plateau and Mount Gelmir is not in a great position to stop this. Will we ever get Fire Giant race? It's always possible, but first Dan is going to have to put out the fire that Nuclear Pasta Tom is about to set as soon as he kills Moog. Tom did start the fire. The blood fire. Get it? Because he's fighting Moog. Is that a clean rot sword in Tom's right hand? I think so. He's been using that, I think, for getting staggers and then using the claw for his actual big damage. There's the kill on Moog. Tom is about to mark that real quick. Ooh, Dan getting clipped by Red Wolf. He's so low on health, has to heal. That was a bad time to heal, though. Gets him hit almost for all the health that he healed, and now he's completely out. He's going to have to fight this super well here. From this point, he's also now... Tom has signaled the threat that he is making on this column. We'll see how Dan responds to it. He's doing well to not get hit by the Red Wolf. He has enough life that he should not get one shot. And he only should need one more hit to finish him off. Oh my god, I thought that was going to combo into the slam, which would have killed him. Luckily, it barely misses. He's able to finish him off. Bang, bang. 2 squares for Dan. Dan ahead by 2 squares. And, you know, setting up this potential line. If Tom tries to push his own line without going to restore Radon's Great Rune, it could become a square... a race of which line is faster, and if so, I have no idea who wins that. We'll see if they both go aggressive, if they both go defensive. Maybe they both end up blocking each other and we go back to kind of a majority game, but this is heating up. The choices that they make right now are going to be very pivotal to who wins this game. It could end up in a bingo, it could end up in majority, and it is up to both of them as to what they want to race on right here. What do the stars mean? I have marked them with stars. I get to put a star wherever I want. I can put one there, and there, and there, and there, and there. What do they mean? They mean looky here. Ooh, looky here. Looky here. Look at this line. Look at this line. Ooh, wow. Shiny. Shiny. Jangle. Keys. Keys. Jangle. That's what they mean. Oh, wasn't enough for 65? It's got to be close. It's got to be very close. Maybe he even has enough for 65, but he doesn't want to give away to Dan that that's what he's doing. Oh, Dan is collecting staves now, but Tom was already gathering some staves beforehand. I don't think Dan is going to win if he's trying to block on staves. I think he'd have to block on watchdogs, but he can't really know that that's what he needs to do. So if Tom sets up both staves and watchdogs, I mean, there's obviously no way that Dan is going to win on reach rune level 65. Like, Moog is just way too many runes to come back from. So, ooh, Tom could really, really sneak this out here. Dan, not maybe respecting it unless there's a staff from the Nox duo that I'm unaware of. Keys, is this a Happy Hob stream? Yep. I want to see a Nox duo cheese. You can cheese them? I didn't know there was such a cheese. Alright. I thought you were saying staves. I was very confused. No, staves, I guess, would be. Staves. Not, I guess it's not staves. It's staves. Maybe that's, although maybe that's the difference between American and British pronunciation. I don't know. Genuinely no idea if staves can be correct. Or if I'm just bad at saying things. Both are acceptable. Okay, good. Oh, enter the arena without aggroing them? Yeah, that's not allowed. That's not allowed. I thought by cheese you meant something like stand in this spot and they can't hit you, in which case that'd probably be allowed. Or like get them to fight each other somehow, which I don't think is possible, but like that would be allowed. Okay, Tom is going for blocking Restore Radon's Great Rune. This might give Dan time to catch up on staves. Now I should just say staves. I'm comfortable with saying staves, but now I'm like changing it. He immediately sees, or he immediately quits out so that he can get out of combat so that he can warp away. So I don't know how much progress Dan has with the stabs though. So we'll see. We'll see if it comes down to the race. I think he can win this. I think he can get the stabs faster than Tom as long as he hard commits to it while Tom is getting Restore Radon's Great Rune. Staffies. Swap between both pronunciations to rage bait chat. Hey, that's what I did with cestus or castus. I just couldn't decide, so I just kept saying either one at random. definitely got some chatters there. Restore the rune takes a good chunk of time. It does, for sure. Okay, now Dan will see that Restore Radon's Great Rune was marked and know that Tom is probably racing on this. We'll see, though. If Tom wins it, I don't think either of them have killed any Watchdogs just yet, but Tom made sure to get the Crystal Darts so that he could do Watchdog Duo with them, whereas I don't remember seeing Dan get the Crystal Darts, so Tom might be way ahead on Watchdogs if he can also win stabs. If instead Dan wins stabs, well, now all of a sudden, look at this diagonal that's being set up. Dan would then have 3 in this diagonal. This is like a really blow-for-blow type of board where both of them are just setting up infinite threats on each other to try to you know, knock the other one down. It's a, you know, it's a throw a haymaker, but then the opponent tries to like block and counter. It really is just like super back and forth on the lines so far here. But Tom currently with the scariest threat of all on the board. Is there a staff here in Volcano Manor? I'm guessing there is, and that's why Dan is here, but I don't know of one. Tom definitely going directly for the stabs. He's about to grab his 5th one. I mean, unless Tom also has to go Volcano Manor for the 6th, I think Tom is going to get it. Like, whatever one Dan is going for does not seem that fast if there is one here. I don't even know if there is. He might just be going for a different square. That's 5 for Tom. He just needs 1 more. All right, last one he's going for in Limgrave. Albinoric staff, maybe. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I am unaware. We'll see. We'll see where Dan's headed. If he grabs a staff, then we'll know. And if he just heads to Godskin Noble, then we'll know that. But Godskin Noble, you know, it does block a line of Toms, right? It is on this row 3. He might be thinking that's where Tom is trying to beat him. But unfortunately for him, that's not where Tom's trying to beat him. Tom is all in on column 1. And I think it's going to work out for him. Because there comes the 6th staff. Dan, he's got to get out of here. Dan, you need 4 watchdogs right now, or you lose. He is quitting out. Comcast Gaming. Oh, no. Come on. Okay, wait. We're back. And then we're gone again. And then we're back again. There's level 65. Tom was just holding it. I think he had the runes the entire time and he just didn't spend them. He just held them. I don't think he even needed any more. He was just holding them to sneak it. Dan has to now be aware that Watchdogs is the only option. But he's committed. He's committed on Godskin Noble. Oh, uh-oh. Wait, but Tom isn't committing. Tom is going for Bloodhound Knight? What's he going for Bloodhound Knight for? Everjails. Tom's going for Everjails. So Tom actually not committing on it, trying to just force Dan into a suboptimal square. Honestly, for Watchdogs, I don't even know if it's that suboptimal. I wonder if Tom's gonna pivot to Watchdogs as soon as he sees Dan mark Godskin Noble without status effects. Maybe he will then know that Dan was not doing Watchdogs this whole time, and it might turn into a race. That is the scary thing about marking a square that's not the one in the line. It lets your opponent know you haven't been going for it, and so it lets your opponent know that they can try to rush it. It is interesting, though. Oh, so I see. So Tom is thinking, if I get sniped on Watchdogs, now all of a sudden Dan has a very scary row 4 that he needs to block with Everjails. Wow. This is just everywhere back and forth. It's like they're almost forcing each other to make lines. And then having to block that line that they forced the other person to make. Forever Jills is that same row. Expecting Dan to do Watchdogs because afterwards 3 Bellbearing Hunters is really fast. Yeah. Ooh, Dan, though, completely out of heals on Godskin Noble. Godskin Noble has half health left. He hasn't even really had to go through his second phase yet, which is the scarier one. Dan really struggling on this fight. He's going to have to do it actually hitless from now on. And when the Noble has that super fast belly bump. Yeah, no. Does not get it. We'll see if Dan decides to pivot out here. Oh, this is looking rough. Dan just has not marked a square in 10 minutes at this point. Is committing, though. He's really, really committing on this Godskin Noble Volcano Manor without status effects. I mean, he did the drawbridge, so he really does not have to commit on this. Like, he could come back at any point. I don't like this commitment. It's giving your opponent too much information as to what you've been doing. It doesn't stop the bingo, and it doesn't really set up your most powerful threat right now either. It does set up a potential threat of column 5, but like, you only have 2 in there at that point. I just don't think this is Dan's most pressing issue. It's a good square to go for eventually. I would not hate it if he came back immediately after getting Watchdogs, but like, I just don't think you can commit to it right now. I think it's just a rough one to go for, especially with these deaths right now. If he came back a little stronger, it could be even easier. Watchdogs in Limgrave, Weeping, and Kaled Duo. Those are common ones, yes. The duo, especially because it gives you 2 Watchdogs for a single boss fight. Dan's committing. I don't know about this one. Looking like Jover. It could be Jolver. I will tell Tom that, oh, he's not going after Watchdogs. Not 100%. Not necessarily. because Dan has died, now Tom is, even if he sees Dan mark Godskin Noble, he could be thinking, oh, he set up 2 watchdogs, then did Godskin Noble. But yeah, no. Dan just struggling on this fight. Definitely something he needs to probably get a little more practice in. Okay, stop. Dan, stop spinning the camera. You're going to make us... Is this a blunder or calculated risk? You know, it's the two, there's a very thin line between them. A calculated blunder. All right, he is committing. Honestly, if he just feels like he needs the practice on Godskin Noble, that's also not like a terrible thing to do. You don't have to treat every practice match as like do or die, you know, I need to win this at all costs. You can treat it as, hey, this is a way for me to practice squares, practice bosses, practice, you know, things to do. And try to go for some of those plays. Maybe even take some weird lines or risks you wouldn't normally. Just to kind of experiment and see how they pay off. Honestly, his weapon is doing, like, very solid damage. Like, this is not that bad. He is lagging a little. Either that or we're lagging a little. Who knows? They sometimes hide how they actually play. Yeah. Dan also luckily has a good amount of health and armor, so he is living through some of these attacks that I have seen one-shot others. Tom is about to get his last Everjail. There it is. 4 Everjails. Has blocked the line that Dan could have set up with Watchdogs. Still has not seen Dan mark anything. I wonder if he'll go for Watchdogs now or not. I feel like he doesn't. I feel like he just says, okay, I now have a 2-square lead on majority. I'll just, you know, go do other things for majority. I have dealt with the threat from Dan, so I don't need to worry. Ooh, nice trade. Nice trade. Dan barely gets the kill there. Bam. Picks up a great EP. Marks the square 7-6. And Dan finally gets through there, but now he still is forced into Watchdogs, which is just, you know, not the best square to do. Ooh, he's heading over to Tialier? Is this... That's not Misbegotten Crusader place, is it? Is that Misbegotten Crusader? Don't tell me he's Misbegotten Crusadering. What a strange duelist. Okay, it's a duelist. Okay. It is? No? It is. Oh. Uh-oh. I mean, that is a thing to do. It does block a currently unblocked row and a currently unblocked column. But yeah, Cave of the Forlorn. Yeah, this is the Misbegotten. There's also an Erdtree avatar nearby. Yeah, 4 is a lot, though. If it was 3, I think 3 is something that you could go for right now. But 4 just feels like a lot. Those gave us 2 Watchdogs if that was Duelist. Yeah. Go for 1, then do other stuff. And if he sees Dan mark something else, he could go back to Watchdogs. Although that's some, like, Mega Brain 50,000 Futures scene plays. Honestly, not really. I've seen people absolutely do that. Set up a little for their line, but then not commit to it. And then if they notice there's an opening, if they notice there's something that took their opponent a while to do, then just commit. I've absolutely seen that. That's, I mean, it is very smart. I'm not going to be like, actually... It's a low IQ play, but it's not incredibly out of the ordinary. I've definitely seen that. Dan was talking about how he thinks Misbegotten Crusader is a fast Misbegotten to do, which, like, technically it is. It's just, like, I hate fighting this guy. He just does too much damage. He just frame traps me all the time. Oh, Dan not even healing, even though he's low. Oh, wow. Okay, I thought he was going to get frame trapped. Surely he heals up now. Oh, almost healed too much, but luckily gets the dodge off in time. Nice. Bang. Oh, nice. Dodges behind him so he doesn't get frame trapped by the double spin. One more hit should stagger. Oh, there it is. Okay, nice. Take the riposte. Okay, does he heal up or does he go for like a charged R2 to finish? He goes for the charged R2 to finish. It wasn't enough. R1 wasn't enough either. He goes for a greedy hit. It's all down to this. No, gets frame trapped on the final hit. Crusader at 1 health. Oh, he got greedy at the end. And I would have too. I could see it happening. I mean, I don't think I would have. In my brain, I said, please heal. But, like, that was such a reasonable decision to go for. It's like, oh, it looks like it will kill, but it just didn't. If he had gone for an R2 instead of an R1, it would have killed there at the end. But, like, I mean, it's not like you can calculate that out. Dang, that sucks. Yeah, he ran out of stamina. I mean, he was also frame trapped. I don't know that the stamina mattered. But, like, yeah, it just... Crusader sucks. He's just got moves that just frame trap you. Tom going now for bosses that ride a horse now that he's finished off Ever Jails. So he's going for some Knights Calves. I mean, they're just the fastest bosses that ride a horse. If you want to finish off that square, I guess you might as well. Tom really just trying to take this into a majority game. And Dan is, you know, probably going to be happy about that as well because he's not just losing on bingo. Unless, you know, Dan's secret plan was, I want to lose on bingo because I don't think I can win this game. So let it be over quickly. If so, his plan is not going well because Tom is not finishing off that bingo. He really, really could have at this point for sure with Dan just not heading for Watchdogs in the slightest. The double swipe gets you every time. There it is. There's the frame trap again. I hate this boss. This boss sucks. Tom likes to play with his food. Well, Tom likes to, you know, really make sure not to throw games away. And so oftentimes the best way to make sure you do not throw games is to never commit too hard to something. If you think you're a little faster than your opponent, if you think you're a little bit more efficient than your opponent, then the safest thing to do is to just never commit to anything and just outpace your opponent. And that currently is what he's doing. Now, if you think there's any chance that your opponent could end up as fast or faster than you, then you're gonna need the advantage of making threats, going for threats, making risks, you know, seeing if they pay off, things like that. But, you know, I think Tom, a lot of the times, he just knows, hey, I'm fast. I don't have to take risks. You're gonna be the one that has to take risks. And is practicing the hardest bosses for when he has to lock in during the real match. True. The thing is, no matter how much you practice, you get to a real match and all that practice, it feels like you've never seen this boss before in your life. Like, it just always feels different in a real match. I'll say this halberd is doing great against the Misbegotten Crusader, but the dodge that combo, or the double swipe that combos into itself is not doing great for Dan. Castle Morn is like 2:30-ish plus boss, so 3 minutes? Somewhere there. Yeah, this is why almost nobody goes for Misbegotten Crusader. Because you could just die over and over and over again. I think Dan may have given up. I don't... He can unmute if he wants to. He can give up. You're allowed to give up. It's not... okay. I don't think he... I'm not so sure he wants to finish out this game. Questioning his life choices, yeah. The double swipe is the only dumb thing to you. He's got a few double swipe-like attacks, but yeah, the double swipe from Misbegottens I think is really stupid. I think Danny's probably taking a bathroom break. Maybe. That would have been a fast bathroom break then if he got that in time. Okay, he's back to it. More practice. Lock in, Dan. It's all just practice anyway. Just get good, just get better. Only quitters quit. By definition, I would say you're correct. You can do it, Dan, my man. Let's go, Dan. By the way, I really don't think there's anything wrong with forfeiting. Obviously, we all want to, you know, see out the end of matches, and we want to see as good of matches as we can. But I do think if you're far enough behind, I think there's nothing wrong with saying, hey, I think we'd both get better practice if we started this over from the beginning, because I think, you know, it's out of reach enough that we're both just going to be, like, you know, fumbling around rather than making real strategies. It is a thing you can do. You do also want to have practice when you're way behind, like give yourself even a 1% chance to come back. And you want to get some practice when you're ahead. Make sure you turn your 99% chance of victory into a 100% chance of victory, but it is also okay to just say, I would rather not play out a game. Honestly, he's not even like that far behind. I think he's just maybe, you know, a little stuck here, which sucks. Minus 50k runes for Dan. Oh, he didn't spend them before going in? That's interesting, because he didn't even have anything he needs to save his runes for. Assume Dan is limiting himself purposefully for practice, especially with Bloodfiend's arm in his inventory. I wouldn't assume that. I assume he just likes the halberd, but we'll ask him after. We'll see what he says. He does have a ton of frost grease, which is quite nice. Tom going for the 3 imbued sword keys. Just go next is totally valid, yeah. Especially when it's practice and it's not like just go next has consequences, right? If you're in like an official match and you only get, you know, you have to win the best of 3, just go next, you know, like feels really bad because it's like, man, I lost the game. Whereas in practice, just go next is like, okay, sure, yeah. It's like we were practicing and what are we going to do afterwards? Practice more. Like, I think just go next is totally fine. There's no consequence to just go next. And Top's key potentially. Yes, while he's here, he can also get Top's Academy key. Good point on the synergy here. He can go get both at the same time. This is some great synergy that he has found here. Because this board does not have a lot of synergy otherwise. It's a lot of kill separate things. You know, Misbegottens are not Tree Spirits, are not Bell-Bearing Hunters, are not Crucible Knights. Although you can get both in one. There is a duo that has both. Are not Watchdogs, are not Duelists, are not Fire Giant, are not a Remembrance boss that you can do with incants only. So this is a fairly low synergy board that Tom has found some good synergy with, getting the 3rd imbued sword key, and he can do Top's key as well. What's funny is he might end up going for the line that Dan is currently going to block if he can get the Misbegotten bosses. Because he'll have Top's Academy key. He'll only need Misbegotten bosses. But Dan currently already would be set to do that, but he ports out. He never grabbed the Grace in there, so he cannot go back to try again. Or at least not quickly. So instead, Dan porting out, he's going to go somewhere else. I wonder if he'll go for Watchdogs now. You could try to do Fire Giant incant only if you wanted to take a long time. That would be a long fight. Bell-bearing Hunters. Oh, could be Bell-bearing Hunters. Yeah, yeah. I could see that. He is at one of the Bell-bearing Hunters. Along with Bell-bearing Hunters, he could set up Duelists as well. He could set up these two and maybe scare Tom that he's going for Remembrance Boss incant only, and he's been doing it this whole time. Funny enough, if he had been doing it this whole time, I actually think he could sneak it from Tom. If he currently was set up, had access to Godric, had done 2 Bell-bearing Hunters and 1 Duelist in the time that he was fighting the Misbegotten, I actually think he could have snuck that entire line without Tom being able to do anything. I think it's too late now. He doesn't actually have that set up. But it's very funny to think about the hypothetical situation where that was the case. Because Dan has not marked anything for 13 minutes here. So theoretically, he could have set up all of those really, really well. All right, looks like he is going for the Bell-bearing Hunters. I'm definitely interested to hear after the match, you know, what Dan was going for, what Tom was going for, and I think especially why Dan has chosen to stick with this halberd, because I think almost every other, you know, competitor we've seen would not end up sticking with a halberd, would want to find something else. Tom, on the other hand, with his more curved sword, it's a classic. If you're fighting, you know, low-scaled stuff, you just use the Ash of War and things die in it. So it has been very, very powerful for Tom here. He is heading for one of the Misbegotten bosses, the Scaly Misbegotten. And one-shots it, basically, with the Ash of War. There you go. Dragonbear's one, but can he cheese it? You cannot knock the Bell-bearing Hunter off the edge. You would not earn credit for that for the Bell-bearing Hunters. You'd have to actually fight it. So, the Limgrave one is obviously very common. The Liurnia one is pretty common. And then the Altus one is also pretty common. The one up on the way towards Draconic Tree Sentinel. Tom going for Misbegotten and Crucible Knight. A nice synergy that he's going for. And as soon as he gets it, the game will be over. Dan was not able to block that. Dan almost had, like, foresight. Knew exactly what square to block that Tom was going to go for. But unfortunately got a little too stuck on it. So did not end up blocking it. Damage, yep. Oh, nice damage from Tom. The claws also putting in work. And with just a few more swipes, bang, the game is over. GG, Tom.
G. Oh, GG's. Nearly double bingo, dude.
Why didn't you go for Watch Dogs?
I didn't want Watch Dogs, man. I went for Staves and I pivoted and you got it. It all fell apart. When you marked Staves, my plan fell apart.
I had 3 Staves before Moog.
I had 4.
I knew you wanted Staves. I knew you wanted Staves.
I had 4. I was just down from top, so I'm like, I reckon Tom's gonna go for Godskin Noble. And I just fucking went off the Narnia to Godskin Noble instead. And you marked Staves. And it all fell apart, dude. It all went downhill.
Oh no.
And then I
You
died
just didn't want those Watch
Crusader,
Dogs, man.
I didn't want it. There's 4 of them. I don't need 4 of these wankers. Shit. I spoiled the Staves too late. But like, yeah, I went for those. I had plans. I think I may have got it if I stayed with it because I was going through them really quick. I just had tops and the one above selling to get.
You're gonna just
I thought you
give
might
up
go
Topps
for
Academy
Goldskin.
key?
Yeah, I'll just give it up. Yeah.
Okay.
And then Knight Rider Glaive sucks on Misbegotten. I learnt today it attacks just slow enough so their poise gets out and doesn't micro stagger them. I died like 6 times.
Really?
It's really
Holy
bad.
Wait, so were
Uh.
you on the second Misbegotten?
No, I went to Crusader first, and I had a whole
Oh,
thing.
okay, okay.
It was a whole mental
Oh.
journey I went on.
A little incident, I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Why didn't you swap
Did
to
a
the Blood
bunch
Fiend's
of
arm?
grief. Could I? I didn't think I could. I assume the stats be way too high.
I mean the stats are pretty high, but like I felt like you had some decent runes. And I don't know.
I had like
Did you
50k on me, but
did you kill
I
Radon?
was no.
Okay. Whatever. It's
Blood Fiend,
I definitely did the great rune too early. It's fine.
Yeah, I'm still gonna hold that for ages. Did you go for +0? They got that so quick.
The Radon, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did Ordina
Is it-
runes and the Frost Grease and used the claws.
Where were the claws? Did we have claws in our starting weapon?
They were on Wretch. They were on the Wretch.
Did I just not see that? Am I dumb? I might be dumb.
Oh.
'Cause I would have started with those.
CVDs enters the
'Cause I
chat.
did not
Yep.
enjoy the Night Rider Glaive. I mean, it was good for a lot of things, but it's a little bit too slow. Oh, the raptor claws, man. I'm like, I just saw the sword. Damn it. Damn it.
Oh yeah,
rookie.
the Clean Rot Night Sword, yeah.
I just saw the sword.
Yeah.
Buh.
Buh. Back to the game after 2
Yeah, I
years.
should have
Never
paid more
finished, but you're near
attention
the
to
end
the block
game.
early because, like, I'm like, I even said to
What's
myself,
the
like,
best bleed dex weapon build?
13 minutes. Like, what is
Bloodhound's Fang.
Obviously, I should have seen that earlier.
It might not be the
Team
single
mode,
best, but
yeah,
it's
like,
up there.
well, he comes 65.
It's one of the top contenders. Bloodhound's Fang is really
Yeah.
good.
Yeah, I was like, I'll try it. I'll see what happens. He's gonna want to do the Altus synergy, you know, like
Woofa.
he's got in the Altus bosses. He's gonna go for Altus
Or Claws of
synergy. I'll
Night, but
just
then you
set
have to
up
be in the
away from him
DLC.
and see what happens.
I assume they have not played the DLC
and
yet.
get some staves before, because he's gonna want to take those staves from me.
I should have seen that earlier. I know better. I know better than that. I
No,
gotta
it's
see that
hard to
earlier.
see though. I mean, you're
Yeah.
creating your own thread, and I'm just like ignoring it.
I've got to find a way to intertwine that shit in between.
Did you
main
think
stuff there
about
as well.
column 5 after you went for Noble?
Yeah, there was a very, very copium effort there at the end. Like, what if he just goes for majority? I was going to kill 2 bell bearings. I was going to kill the duelist. I'll just speed running. Like,
I
there's
thought
a
you were gonna
world.
do that. I legit thought
I mean, I should have,
so.
but I stuck on Misbegotten for like 15 minutes, like going through my emotions
No.
instead. So, yeah, it was a time. Just after I talked a big game about Crusader being better than Leonine, and I got trolled. Dude, I had him down. He didn't have a health bar anymore. His health bar was gone, and he
What if
killed
he did?
it.
What if he did running
gone.
R1s or R2s? Would that have staggered him?
Yeah, they were, but like he just closes that gap so quickly.
Yeah, I think it was
Yeah,
just hyper arming
range.
through. I don't think the weapon was necessarily the issue.
There's
think
some
Crusader
attacks-
just
Great
sucks.
sword.
There's some attacks that he just does hyper.
He just
armor
hyper
through.
armors, yeah.
Did you
I think
check the greatsword check?
I think he just sucks. I hate fighting him.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't. Well, like every time I
I
use the
don't-
great sword on him, it's fine. It's only the 2 raw attacks that get
You
out of it.
shoulda-
Like everything
you
else
should
is
have
micro
gone to
staggered.
the greatsword check. Let's find out what it
Should have
is.
gone to the great sword. I don't
Watch
know.
a big
Yeah,
claymore.
should've.
To be fair,
Yeah.
Dan, your first your first attempt at Crusader, like you should have died.
I did. I did die.
He did die.
No,
He
like
did die.
way earlier, like way,
Way earlier.
your health bar was gone before his.
Oh
was
yeah,
gone.
I mean, I had the magic pixel. He had the magic pixel. We both had the pixel. Right?
Mm-hmm.
He won. I lost.
It was a Darkmoon greatsword, so yeah, have fun with that.
Oh yeah, a quick Darkman great. sword.
Yeah,
That'd be
just-
fun.
If he was
a
also
quick-
doing
I probably
commentary,
could have used.
Holy.
yeah,
Level
Darkman Greatsword isn't that
65.
bad if you go to.
I think he's trying to hop in and
Yeah,
and
that's true. You can set up
practice
for
with
it.
one of them.
How much int do you need for that thing?
like 38.
30
38.
something. Yeah. a
Also,
lot.
why is his
So it's
profile an
the
anime
inversion
boy
of
on
millennium.
Discord?
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Cool. Awesome. And I was feeling good at the start of that. I feel like my early game was good, and then I sort of missed one thing, and it all snowballed from there.
CBD, yoink.
Yeah. Were you thinking of going for a different square and
I'm
column
the only
too,
commentary guy,
other than
surely.
or that was just your like
That
that's the
was
one
kind of
you
it,
thought?
yeah.
Because
Like
I
I didn't
probably
have any.
I probably could have gone for that pretty early. Since
Stream has
I had
ended.
like well, I had one imbued sword key after right after Ever Jails. And
Yeah.
then yeah, I decided to leave Misbegotten bosses because I don't know. I guess the column was kind of obvious after I got
Also,
force
what's
bosses
because
of the imbued
with
key and
Bloodhound
tops
Fang
is like right next to each other.
feature?
So I probably should have went for Misbegotten there, and then went for imbued and tops.
I don't know what that
would have
is.
been better because it gave you a lot of time to just go for the Misbegotten.
Yeah, I was there for a while. I was kind of just praying you'd mark something.
That's the same as his Twitch profile picture. Is his profile
pondered,
picture an anime
was
boy?
bosses earlier because I thought like, oh, he's
No.
got pro, he might leave.
No,
a
it's
bit
di-
after
it's-
go snag it, but then
It's different than his Twitch profile picture.
Stone, Goldskin, stuff they did. So
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I took that.
It's
So I thought about it briefly.
it's
Yes, but not a whole lot. No.
Look,
I
he's
was
an anime
just
boy.
eyeing
no
off the right
watchdog.
side
Why
of
is
the
he an
world.
anime boy on Discord?
Just
I mean,
no to the watch.
What would the play be there? You have
He's
to
an
go to the
anime
one
boy.
in Limgrave, the one in Leon, like weeping, and then the two in Caelid, I guess. Like they're all so
Yeah.
far away.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, it wouldn't take that long.
Caught.
I guess it's just 4 is just an intimidating
takes-
number.
Yeah, it'd take a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, this is a different picture that's like set on
I
a
don't want to
website
either. It's
as
one of those
opposed to
ones,
your
man, if you want to do it.
Discord
You can have it.
profile.
All right, I'll
You
remember
know.
that.
Couldn't be me.
Fucking. Like ideally, I should have blocked on the stave.
It's
so
that
that
one.
it
We only
comes
see
up,
the
like,
one
a
in the
minute
Discord overlay.
earlier.
Yeah, the Discord overlay you like
And not
manually
pivot.
set.
I wish I would have. I wonder how close it would have been if I did a pivot. It would have been real snug.
So it's not exactly the same. You can
Real
see how
snug.
Dan has
So?
like the you know.
Yeah, because like
like,
I went
two different
to-
pictures for
I
it.
had 4 down at that merchant, and then I left to Goldskin, and it was me. I ran all the way through. And I think it was like
Taunter's
as I was,
tongue.
like, pulling the
Oh,
lever for the bridge. You marked it, I think, or like when I was just entering the fight.
Hmm.
So I had a bit of strolling through there. So like
Sure,
current-wise,
Maybe.
I don't.
and
I
had-
don't. I don't know how
like,
PvP works.
A guild like North.
Well,
as
I know
was a
what
bit
Taunter's
closer.
tongue is. I think.
Like,
but-
it would have been close though. So I was annoyed that I pivoted, but it would have been snug. It all would have been different. Anyway, can't win them. You do another one, or what's your game plan? Is your bench done?
Excuse me.
Kind of is.
I can tag in.
Did you hear
Get
something?
out of here,
earlier?
Tom.
We might have to have
Did you hear
CBD
something?
tag in.
I didn't hear anybody say anything.
You might...
That's
Oh
that's-
no one's here.
Uh,
Okay.
Oh,
okay,
I
yeah.
think
okay.
Mitch is here.
I
Yeah.
have
Yeah,
I
I
had
think
a
Mitch, you wanna
really
play
good
bingo?
joke. I had a really good joke.
Yeah.
Dan,
Go on,
Dan
say
wasn't
it.
ready for it. Dan was not ready for
Same
it.
with all,
dude.
same with all your chests. Go on. I'm
Oh,
ready.
all your, I was gonna say Dan doesn't hear color, so
Go on. No, that was worth it.
He
Good,
got
good.
you. He got you good.
No,
Oh,
no.
damn.
Never hesitate on that joke ever.
All right. Good game, man. I will.
Thanks, Dom.
I'll see you guys later. Have fun.
Okay, bye bye.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
Bye bye. All right, Skibbity.
Skibbity.
Skibby, you say.
Skibbity. Oh, you see the thing there.
All right.
Skibbity.
So DLC.
CBD.
Yeah.
Pop out
You
player.
and I are going to have a nice big sit down again to discuss DLC. I know you love doing that.
Yeah, and I'll have to explain. Wait, is there any bait? Yeah, never go for Queeline and Bellarat as first square. That's rule number 1.
Queenline sucks, dude. I hate that guy. Okay, I have a Sheed. It's all yours.
What happens if I... Oh, then the line's gone. I
What
guess
Senate
Discord is the
Square?
one that has the
It's
weird
bait.
line on it.
It is bait. All right. Every time that it's been center square or diagonal or whatever, and someone goes for it first, they lose. I don't think there's a singular deviation from that rule.
It's just with low schedule, or like just shitty jump attacks, or what's the?
No, it's not. It's not that the fight is hard. You just get way behind on development.
Oh, it just takes too long.
Yeah, I mean, I believe
Yeah.
that Bloodhound Fang isn't a good PvP
Right.
weapon, but I don't think
Gotcha.
anybody cares whether it's
Every
a good
single time that I've seen
PvP
someone go for it
weapon.
first, they've lost.
If someone's asking for a weapon recommendation, I don't think it's for PvP. I don't think
I have a
anybody
lizard sword.
is asking for weapon recommendations for
Lizard blade.
PvP.
I haven't looked yet. I might just.
But who knows?
What was the show? The Eclipse.
A
Shield, I think
solid
is what it
PvE
is?
weapon. One of the
Eclipse Crest
one of the
Heater Shield,
really
that's close
really
enough.
premium PvE weapons. Yeah.
Boom, 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 boom.
I think if you're doing PvP, you're
I
looking
have
up stuff or
the-
whatever.
Yeah, that thing.
If
This
you
is a
really
great
want
sword.
to.
Yes.
Have you tried practicing commentary on some EU
Yeah.
player matches? If there are any, would be fun to see if playstyles of the upcoming bingo players. I would love to. I can only do it on whoever is in the Discord. I
Alright.
mean,
Good to go.
if
Yeah, good luck.
Okay, luck. Love you. Bye.
currently this is the
Never
only
say back,
match
we can
going
live up
on
there.
between players, so this is the only one I could commentate. But if there are Europeans doing it as well, I would love to commentate European matches. But they just, I think they're more focused on the DRL right now. At least Romain is. All right. Anyway, here they go. All right, 3 minutes to plan out. 3 minutes for us to plan out our commentary. We got to know exactly what we're going to say for the whole rest of the match. We only have 3 minutes to plan it out, so it's very important that we know every single sentence we're going to say for the entire rest of the game. One duelist boss can be done very easily because it is a very easy early boss that can be done, and it's only one of it. If it's at 2 or 3, that could be done. Falling Star Beast, great one to do early because, again, it... You could do Remembrance Boss hitless. Guess who you do that on? Hint, it's Radon. Boards always over-centralize Radon, and this is one of the examples. Even one that seems like it could be any Remembrance boss is almost always going to end up with Radon. Finish off a boss with Explosive Physic takes 2 bosses, so I wouldn't expect them to, like, rush it. But is something they could do relatively early. And kill Bloodhound Knight while summoning Blythe. That also can be done quite early. Wouldn't be surprised if we saw it early, but also wouldn't be surprised if both of them just kind of ignored it. It takes a little while, and I feel like a lot of people just kind of don't. Comcast, uh-oh. Don't talk the whole match and only use hand gestures to communicate. A good commentator can do that. True. Holy great weapons. Yeah, they both found the Omen Killer Cleaver class. Incredible starting weapon. Honestly, doesn't even have like that high of stat requirements. They might not be able to wield it directly. There is also Great Stars that I did notice. Great Stars and Omen Killer Cleavers are almost the exact same weapon. Great Stars is a little better at R1ing. In almost every way. I think it's strike damage, which is oftentimes better. It, I think, has slightly higher AR, and it even heals you on hit. But might even stagger better. But Omen Killer Cleaver has Wild Strikes, and Wild Strikes on some bosses can make it like twice as good. So it's like Great Stars is like 5% better on most bosses, but Great Omen Killer Cleaver is twice as good on some bosses. So it's as long as you find sometimes to use Wild Strikes, Great Omen Killer Cleaver is incredible. They're racing painting rewards. Yes, surely it's a paintings rewards board. That's definitely how it's gonna go. Honestly, center square being Top's Academy key, that isn't so hard to do early. So somebody might prioritize it just because it's center square. I don't think it's the best starting square, but it is center, so you could do it. You can pretty easily grab the Wild Strikes, Ash 4, and Bingo. That's true. It does take a little bit of time, but if you were going to get the Wild Strikes, Ash of War, I do think Great Stars is just kind of strictly better than Great Omen, Killer Cleaver. So it is something that they definitely could have thought about. I did not see what the stats were on the starting classes, but it's maybe possible also that they picked the Great Omen, Killer Cleaver class because it had better starting stats. The starting gear on it looks pretty trash. I don't think they would have picked it for the starting gear, but who knows? Sword keys on the board as well. Yes, Topps key does synergize with imbued. Sword keys, you would only need 2 of them. So after Topps key, you could just go quickly grab the one in Celia, and you never have to go to the 4 Belfries. So that actually could be a reasonable play. And honestly, kind of a tricky play. It also sets you up a little bit for painting rewards. So honestly, my initial look at it said, oh, no, that's not a good play. But on a second look, that's not too bad. It also gets you a ritual pot in there. I think that could be a reasonable play. I don't think we're going to see either player go for it, but if they did, I don't think that would be a bad play at all. And here no one goes for Cragblade Ash of War. Cragblade's so good, everyone should go for Cragblade, except if you have Wild Strikes. But guess what? They've got Wild Strikes, so they shouldn't go for Cragblade. But in a lot of other cases, you should go for Cragblade, IMO. Finger Slayer Blade is quite a square. It is, I mean, if you've got Radon down already, which somebody will do at some point, it's not like too long after. Obviously, you have to do the entire run all the way down into the underground, which takes a bit. You have to kill Mimic Tier, which doesn't take very long because you can just unequip your stuff. And then you have to go and you have to kill. And Dan did grab the Church Grace here so that he can come back and do Bofa later with Explosive Physic. I do like that if you're not trying to rush something out first few minutes of the match. What was I saying? That if you do get down into that underground area, there's also an Ancestor Spirit there that you could do. Or you could do the one in Shifra, which they already have a Grace for, so maybe that would be a silly idea. But you can get the Finger Slayer Blade. You just have to do a little skip down. It doesn't take too long to get it. But yeah, definitely somebody's going to go for Radon at some point pretty early because it also gets you access to Crucible Knight and Misbegotten Warrior Duo, and they're just going to have to get that hitless in order to get the square. You need to talk to a woman in the quest line. Oh no. Is Mimic Tier an NPC boss? Yes, it is. So NPC bosses there on the bottom does involve Mimic Tier. You could do that along the way, so that would be pretty good. Other NPC bosses involve like Vike, although everyone hates it, but it is technically fast. It's technically fast to get to. There is Adon in Liurnia. That's very easy, very common one to do. There's Patches. Patches, very easy, very common one to do. And there's the other Mimic Tier in Consecrated Snowfield, although that one takes a little while to get to. But that is definitely also a possible option. Does Fia's Champs count as one NPC boss? Yes, it is one NPC boss. It is multiple NPCs, but one boss. Might have to TP to get to Fia's faster. That's also true. If they want to do Fia's, at some point, they probably also need to go through the Underground. So Underground is pretty powerful in this board. I mean, I'm not saying they should rush it. I think rushing Underground would be very, very silly. But making sure you have access to Underground is good because there's a lot of squares down here. So once again, if somebody goes Radon, they're going to be in a pretty good spot. CBD, however, starting with what I predicted would be the actual first square that somebody would go for, Falling Star Beast. Because it helps you set stuff up. You can kill him with the Rot Grease. It doesn't take overly long. It's not fast, but it's not overly long. You get a square out of it, and it helps your setup. It's something that is a really, really good opening play, and so I am not surprised to see CBD do it, and I do think this is a great play from him. Oh, not the Comcasting. Kill Fire Giant Square. That is a square. We're not gonna see that in a while. I can tell you that. It would be very funny if one of them proved me wrong and went Fire Giant first. But yeah, no, we're not gonna see that in a while. Raydance is going for Duelist Boss. He's, I think, just going for setup, but he might end his setup doing a Duelist Boss. I don't think that would be a bad play. A Duelist Boss is the other one that I pointed out early. These were kind of my two that I was like, I like these two. And then point out some others that you could do. So I would not be surprised to see Dan go for a Duelist Boss after a bit of setup from him. And CBD really rushing this Falling Star Beast because he just says, hey, I think we might be racing on it. So if I can get there first, if I can get the square first, that's great for me. And this is fairly common, and I don't think it's a pretty good play. Although, I don't know. I'm curious to see how the meta will shift over the season. If people start at least going for a little bit of upgrades before they fight their first boss. Because as we will see, it is going to take a while for CBD to kill this. Dan actually not even grabbing any of the things from the graveyard on the way through. There are some runes you can get in that graveyard, although they're not like big runes. I guess he just doesn't consider them worth his time, which is probably correct. I don't know. I haven't mapped it out yet. Square idea, keep somewhere a heavy door has opened on screen for 5 minutes. No. No. You wouldn't be able to warp or anything. No. 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 It could be open 5 heavy doors. That could be funny. How do you know if you've opened a heavy door if it says somewhere a heavy door has opened? I like that. That's a great one for a chat suggestions bingo. You know, for a chat suggestions bingo, go for it. Both of them. Make them do both of them. Make them open 5 heavy doors and keep somewhere a heavy door has opened on screen for 5 minutes. Nice fight from CBD. Wow. Yeah, Great Omen Killer Cleaver putting in work. Did he upgrade it at all yet, or is that on a +0? Because honestly, his damage there was not that bad whatsoever. 1-0 lead for CBD, while Dan has just been setting up. Dan is not immediately pivoting out to a Duelist Boss. So if CBD... Oh, I think CBD is going for a Duelist Boss immediately after as well. Ooh, Dan might lose the 2 early squares here, which would be a bit bad for him. All squares are 25 different specific heavy doors to open. I'm not sure there are 25 heavy doors in the game, but that would be funny. Monka. Yeah, is CBD? Yep. This is the Duelist. CBD gonna get both of the early squares out of this. I mean, I don't mind setting up early. I think you should set up early. You should set up at some point early-ish. But like, I don't know that you can afford to lose these 2 very, very fast squares like this. Please add Royal Remnant square in Liurnia. It will be funny. We had that square in previous seasons. That has been a square. I don't think people liked it. Somewhere a heavy door has opened. Good job, CBD. You've opened a heavy door. 1 of 5. Chat bingo suggestions. Hug via for administration. Oh, CBD almost dying to the little imps there. He did not grab it a grace as he went in here. So if he dies, that would be a good amount of time loss. He'd have to run all the way back. But Dan still just happy to set up his weapon. And CBD is going to take this duelist out very, very quickly as long as he does not die. Does take a little bit of a traded hit, but it does almost no damage to him. So he's still in a great spot. Gets a stagger. Take the riposte. Should be able to charge R to him as he stands up. Very nice. Just a few more hits. 1 more stagger. Should get the kill. Bang. Bang. There's the stagger. Takes the riposte. Won't actually kill itself. He's going to have to take... Oh, never mind. He got a bleed proc. It does kill itself. There it is. 1 duelist, 2-0 for CBD. This is a rough start for Raydance, but he is way more set up. So hopefully he can bang, 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 you know, get a bunch of squares after. But down 2-0 is a rough start. Strings attached bingo with secret hidden objectives. Perfect. Went back and watched the CBD versus Blanks match from last night. It was hype as an official match. It was as hype as an official match. Incredible content. Yo, thank you. That was a very, very hype match. All right. CBD grabbing a ritual pot on his way through Liurnia. Good call there. Ritual pots is on the board here. Yeah, so CBD's 2 first rush squares also coincidentally happen to be in the same line. I think he would have gone for them regardless. But that line, the really scary thing about it is that there's Fia's champions on the line. It's not rushable because you can't rush Fia's champions. But let's say, for example, that CBD was to get collect seals and 6 bosses in Altus Plateau and Mount Gelmir. Then Dan would be forced into Fia's champs, and that would be a game losing for Dan. So he does not want that. Dan does need to put into his plan at some point killing bosses in Altus Plateau and Mount Gelmir or collecting unique seals. Let's say, for example, he was going to do Altus Plateau and Mount Gelmir. Let's see what he could synergize with that. Elimer is an Altus Plateau. He could synergize that with it. Let's see here. Smithing Stone, Bell Bearing 1 and 2. Technically, one of the Smithing Stones is an Altus, but you don't have to finish out the tunnel, but I guess he could. That's potential synergy that he could do. Let's see. Not really. Everjails. There is a Godefroy in Altus Plateau. He could synergize that a little bit. But, is there an NPC boss in Altus or Gelmir? Not that I can think of. So not too much synergy he could do with that. So as a hypothetical of what he could do, it would work, but it just does not have enough synergy. You don't usually want to have to do something that requires you to kill 6 bosses with very little synergy, if you can avoid it. 3 unique seals, on the other hand, though. The seals are not too easy to come by either, but he should try to get one of those to stop CBD's potential line. Isn't Elimer really far? It is, but it's a square on its own. Like, it's one boss for a square. Imagine, right... Let's consider the case of going for Elimer versus going for 4 Everjails. For example, do you think Elimer has 4 times as much walking as your average Everjail? Maybe. Do you think Elimer as a fight takes as long as 4 different Everjail fights put together? Definitely not. So while Elimer isn't like the fastest square, it definitely is a hike. I think you could still get it done in a shorter time than 4 Everjails, or at least around the same time. So I don't think it's like a horrible square to go for sure. Seals is pretty rare, right? Twin Maiden, Stormveil, 3 Fingers, and late game on the castle after Vike. Isn't there one in Volcano Manor? I think I remember there being a seal in Volcano Manor, although I could be stupid. Gary? Oh, Gary is in Altus. Totally, you're right. Gary is in Altus, and it's Gary as well as Viz Assassin, which maybe Viz Assassin sucks, but Sage's Cave is the one that I believe has both Gary and an assassin. There's a seal right after Volcano Manor. Very easy to grab. Okay. So that's not too horrible then. Isn't there also a seal generally where Dan is headed past the tree sentinel, and then you like go to the right up to a church, and you would think it has like a sacred tier, but instead it has a seal in it? Is that right? Yes. Okay. Yeah. So that's honestly, seals not that bad. Not that bad. I think Dan could block with seals if he wants to. So definitely something that he could go for the block. CBD now finally setting up his weapon after Dan. I did not take a good note of how upgraded Dan got his weapon. But CBD having some trouble with his upgrading here. Maybe didn't quite get the right stones. Has to go back. I feel like 30 faith level square is almost always a trap square. Do you think that's the case, or am I wrong? I agree. It is a trap square. It's something you want to force your opponent to do so that they'll have a harder time with the entire rest of the game. It is something that you can do. I don't think it's something that you would never want to do. But it's something that if you could avoid, it would be better to avoid. Now he needs 3s. Which he does. Oh, now he's swapping to Somber. Okay, that's Dan's 3rd unique seal already. He was way ahead of us. I didn't even notice him collect the other 2, but bam, there it is. Now, since it says collect, I do believe that means that your starting seal does not count. Because it does not have 3 seals in your inventory. I believe it is collect 3 seals. But you could just buy the seal from the start anyway, which is the same seal. So I don't think it's like a big deal, a big difference. Alert. Seal. Oh, it's a seal. Alert. Okay, I was like, what is that emote? It's so small on my screen. Feel comfy in Moog Millennia, so boards that incentivize leveling, I'm all for. You say that, but like, is anybody truly comfortable in Millennia? Or are we all just kidding ourselves and going, I mean, I've spent 200 hours on her, surely I'll kill her, and then you die anyway. It's average. My bad. Should tell Domo, pretty sure he did the square against Remain earlier with a starting seal. Maybe collect is different than acquire then? Maybe collect means have and acquire means get? A collect still sounds like an active verb to me. Collect 3 unique seals. If you wanted to start the starting seal, I probably would have said have 3 unique seals in your inventory or something. Surely nobody would ever die to Moog. I couldn't think of a single match where that's ever happened. Or Millennia, to be honest. They're comfortable, do one small mistake, get rotted, die. Yeah. Oh, Dan setting up for finishing off a boss with explosive physic here. He's blocked the big threat, and he does have a very upgraded weapon now, so all he's got to do is just kind of roll through things. I'm surprised at how tanking this Erdtree avatar is, because I think Dan is very set up, but it's still taking a good number of hits to take down. I would have expected him to be doing, like, I don't know, 50 to 100% more damage than this. Nice use of wild strikes there instead of taking the riposte. Significantly faster. Enemy felled is not good enough. He's got to wait until he actually gets the item so that he can use it for exploding. There you go. Back to Church of Ella so he can do Bofa. Honestly, he could synergize. Instead of doing Bofa, he could go for, let's say, for example, a Everjail and then blow up the enemy in the Everjail. But I don't think that's what we're going to see. Oh, he is killing Kale to try to do... Oh, the Everjail, which is Blythe. Blythe is an Everjail, but CBD is way ahead of him on that. CBD is going to snipe him here. So Dan, I think, was thinking of that synergy. I think he was going to do Bloodhound Knight while summoning Blythe, finish off with an explosive physic, and get an Everjail, but CBD is just a little ahead on that. Not much. What's Bofa with you? Starting pots do count for square, right? They do. What's the wording on cracked pots? Is it acquire? Is it collect? Is it It's not have. I don't think any square says have, but you definitely can start with the pots. That's, you know, that's a good point. You can start with the pots, actually, now that I think about it. Maybe starting stuff always counts. Maybe I'm just wrong. Maybe starting stuff it's just have this in your inventory. Cracked pot is collect, I believe. Oh. So collect is have and acquire is pick up, I guess. Honestly, CBD not having the best time with Darrowell, but he should kill him super, super early regardless. Bam, there it is. There's the square mark for CBD. Dan sees it, kind of pivots out, kind of goes in an alternate direction. Gets out of combat and is able to warp. To me, acquire equals collect. They are very similar words. They should probably be standardized, I guess. I don't know. But you can see that some squares say acquire and some squares say collect. So I don't know. Dan now heading over to Bofa. Grab it a Grace. He probably doesn't need it. I guess the reason you would want the Grace is because if you accidentally don't kill Bofa, you're going to want to rest and try again. He is going to want to be careful and not get a bleed proc that will kill Bofa too early. Careful, one more hit could cause a bleed proc. Oh, he's going straight for the explosion. It was enough damage. There he goes. Finish off a boss with an explosive physic. That'll be Dan's mark right here. Bang. What's Bofa? Bofa D's is what it is. Bofa D's. Good old bow over shaky flip explode. And beat Bofa. Got him. Any tips for a newbie for Elden Ring on ways to discover most of the catacomb, cave, and bosses? Like trying to maximize the bosses and everything. Look up a guide? I don't know. I don't think I found every single cave in my first playthrough. I don't. It's very hard to do. There are some that are quite hidden and bosses behind false walls and stuff like that. It can be very, very hard to get everything in one playthrough if you don't have a guide in some way. So CBD does still have the square lead, 3-2. Dan, though, probably more set up. And Dan does have a Tibia Mariner, whereas CBD has an Everjail, but, you know, a fairly, you know, fairly safe opener from both of them. They both have just kind of gotten a few uncontested squares, gotten out of the early game, gotten their setup, and I think they're both going to be relatively happy with this. CBD being a little happier because he is ahead, but honestly, Dan, I think, is perfectly okay with just saying, hey, I got a couple squares. They were pretty good for me. I blocked what CBD was doing, and I can just transform this into a mid-game. I didn't miss any bosses. I was just doing any percent. True. True. Bofa D's is another name for the Bofa duo in Dragon Barrow. Ah, yeah. Oh, Devonia's Hammer for Dan. Would be interesting if he didn't have something way better already. So Dan, I guess, actually did not fully set up his weapon earlier. It felt like he was setting up for a while, so I thought he was more set up, but he is actually going back for some of the mid setup stuff. So I think he was only around a Somber 3 equivalent before, and hopefully this is going to get him all the way up to those high levels of upgrades. Even when you explore every inch, you still miss some stuff. Yeah, very easy to miss stuff in this game. That's why I asked for a tip. A guide would surely be the easy way out if only the boss overlay worked. I mean, the boss overlay can work. You can certainly make it work. Oh, nice. Dan is really good at that cheese. He might be the best I've seen at it so far. I see most other players miss it sometimes. Maybe Dan just got lucky and hitting it twice in a row. But me watching Dan hit it twice in a row has made me impressed. Yo, what up, Liv? Vonia's requires faith, so synergy with 30 faith. Sure, man. Sure. Yeah. Yep. No, technically true. Well, geez, he's Kobe. Isn't this an old board? The new season has 4 TB Mariners as a square instead of 3. They are... the number can change on squares. So, for example, imbued sword keys here, on this board is 2, but on the very last board that we did was 3. So these are called variable squares, where the number is randomized between some options. So it's it's an interesting thing that you can have different numbers on the same square. Yeah, 4 NPC bosses is not an early square. If it was 4 NPC invaders, that can be done a little earlier. But 4 NPC bosses, if it was 3, you could maybe do that pretty early. But 4 is just enough that you probably want to like have access to underground for mimic tier or something like that to make it easier to find a final one. CBD going for hitless, and with wild strikes, that's pretty easy to do if he knows how to do it. If he knows the I heard a lot of upgrading, and I was like, was that a board sound? No, nothing upmarked. If he knows how to do the, like, you know, hop off the horse and properly get the number of hits and wild strikes in, he could even get a 1 cycle here hitless, but I don't know that we're expecting to see that. It is a little bit tight to do. We'll see. Okay, he does get the good attack. Goes straight for the wild strikes. He's probably not going to get a stagger at the right time here because he didn't start with a jumping R1, but we'll see. If he just does wild strikes, that is a ton of damage, but not enough stagger to stagger Radon before he lifts off. Yeah, it does look like he's going to miss out on the stagger. That's okay. Really, really, really good damage here. You can see he is just, like, completely shredded through him, but just not enough for the 1 cycle. Bang, nice hit. If he gets a stagger here, oh, wild strikes might do it. Only if he gets a bleed proc, which he does not yet. He's playing it very careful, but he dies! He not only gets hit, but also fully dies, so he's gonna have to completely redo the fight. Honestly, dying there is kind of better than getting hit and not dying, because quitting out is not good. You do want to respawn from the stake, but that is a lot of time loss. Now, Dan looks like also heading towards Radon. I mean, CBD just has a second chance to get it and should still get this first, which might waste more of Dan's time, but still not something you want to see if you're CWD. You want to just hit that first try and get the square efficiency, but unfortunately does not. Nar. Yeah, right trigger is the heavy attack. Yes. But yeah, you cannot kill things at round table. You cannot do that at all. What's RTI? I only use keyboard and mouse. True. I guess I would say RTH if I was saying roundtable hold, because RT is, yeah, right trigger as well. It's closely enough related on this game, yeah. CBD once again going to miss out on the stagger, so he's not going to get the 1 cycle, but honestly, very, very close this time. He should be able to kill Radon as soon as he lands without getting any attacks from Radon this time, just because he did a bit better damage in the first phase. Okay, well done. Just get behind him in wild strikes. Okay, yeah. Here we go, and bang! There it is. There's a Remembrance boss hitless. Dan just a little bit behind, losing out on the square. 4-2 in CBD's favor. It does feel like that's how these last 2 games have gone for Dan. Is he knows what the good squares are, and he goes towards them, but he just goes towards them too late. He just saves onto them a little bit too long, and everyone else seems to just get there a little bit faster than he does. So it feels like he maybe either has to find a way to up his efficiency so that he ends up getting there faster because he does the previous squares faster, or just commit to them a bit earlier, to say, hey, this is a good square and I do want to contest it. Ooh, CBD spending the 30 faith. I don't like this. As we said, you know, I often consider this to be a bit of a trap. I don't feel like he was forced into this from Dan, but it's another square. You know, it's another square, and CBD, I think, is one of the players that really does not mind spending all the stats on something like this, because CBD is not a player that cares that much about his vigor. He is perfectly fine with having low vigor, not just through the early game, but through the entire game. That is just the play style that he has. So, you know, if there's any player that does go 30 faith early, it's likely to be CBD. He's after bingo. He's doing the misbegotten duo. That's true. And he does now have access to the underground, which is the NPC bosses that we did mention. So maybe he got the 30 faith just so that Dan would have a harder time blocking him. Dan going for Elimer, not recognizing the threat here. And yeah, there's absolutely no way that Dan could possibly block on Crucible Knight and Misbegotten Warrior duo. So Dan is going to have to go for NPC bosses right now to stop CBD from just getting an early victory. But, I mean, he's not currently. Hope CBD doesn't think that's an NPC boss. Why would he? It is definitely not an NPC boss. I don't think anyone would think that. Well, not anyone. You know, there are people who would argue, actually, every boss is an NPC because they are all characters and none of them are players. So they would all fit the definition of a non-player character. I'm so smart. CBD is a scary bingo opponent. Yeah, very scary. CBD is actually very okay with committing to a line if he thinks it's good. Casually. Oh, Dan fell. This is not the fast way to get through to Elimer. Oh, yeah, has to quit out too. Ooh. CBD killed Alexander after a dawn fight, I mean. Oh, that's because he has wild strikes. He did that so that he can have extra damage on his wild strikes by using the talisman. It's hard to find good talismans in base game bingo, so anytime you get a chance to get one, it's a good idea to pick it up. CBD leveled vigor a bit more. He's a complete Bingus player. Come on. He does very, very well with his low vigor strats. I don't like it. I know that it would not work out well for me at all, but it works out very well for CBD a lot of the time. Not 100% of the time. There are definitely times where he dies, where if he had vigor, he would not have died. That's obviously the risk that you take, but he does very, very well with it. Talismans aren't random either. Correct. Only weapons, and apparently not staves. Weapons that are not staves are randomized. Shields, randomized. You know, melee weapons, randomized. Seals, not randomized. Staves, not randomized. But everything else in the weapon category, randomized. CBD is kind of the low figure guy. No armor guy. Yep. He is basically the one that popularized that strat. Like, if it were not for CBD, I don't know that anybody would have adopted that. But because CBD has had so much success with it, others like Aggie have started copying it. Okay, Dan is going for NPC bosses. He is currently going for patches, so he does recognize the threat and is going to block. But if CBD has access to Mimic Tier, you know, that might beat out what Dan is doing. We'll have to see. Dan does have a good advantage here since he started while CBD is still in this Crucible Misbegotten fight. And Dan, I believe, has a much better upgraded weapon. It doesn't look like CBD is doing the damage I'd expect from a fully upgraded weapon. The good thing with this strat is that means his losses are on him more often, which feels better. He has more control. But I mean, your losses are always on you, right? Like, I don't know that I see it that way, but you know, yeah. All I can really say is even if I don't like it, it doesn't matter if I like it or not. It works for CBD. CBD does it. CBD wins a lot of games. Like, you know, I am just an armchair. I'm just a chatter at this point. I'm just a chatter. Old man yells at clouds. Hey, don't be doing that, you kids. I can't really say anything if CBD is winning, and I am not. All right, first NPC boss there for Dan. Now he's actually heading back to Elimer. That's very scary. Now that he has saw that CBD really is possibly going to go for this entire line, him saying, I'll go get Elimer in the meantime, feels very scary. Welcome to our couch. No. Why don't NPC invaders count as NPC bosses? No boss health bar. Exactly correct. Yes. Invaders are not bosses because they do not have a boss health bar. They're arguably Fia's champs is kind of invades you, but they are not considered invaders by the definition of invaders. They are considered bosses because they have a boss health bar, and they don't do the like. They aren't like red invaders that have the health above them. Scarred from MPT not doing Watch Dogs for 45 minutes. I guess so. Well, I mean, it doesn't actually look like CBD is doing NPC bosses, so Dan might have time. I mean, we'll see. And it's getting messed up by the clean route night. He did get a little messed up there. That does happen on the way to Elimer. This place is very annoying to try to get through. Oh, CBD, imbued key and painting. Yes, that is what CBD is almost certainly on. Painting rewards and imbued sword keys, both in Celia. And then the other imbued sword key that he would likely go for also has Return Top's Academy key in the Academy. I'm a little surprised he didn't go for that one first because Top's Academy key is center and he could get that. I would have probably expected him to go Academy first, Return Top's key while grabbing the imbued sword key, then come to Celia to get the second imbued sword key and use that to get yourself into paintings. The order doesn't matter a lot, but I just... You know, that Tops being center square is something that I think would be a very, very powerful play. A little surprised kind of neither of them has gone for it. Like, Tops key might only take about as long as getting to Elimer did. And would have been center square, so a very nice block that he could have gotten. In addition to the synergy of imbued sword keys. Backseat Mitching, yep. All right, nice kill from Dan on Elimer, but it will let CBD know what he's been up to for a little while. Ooh, Helfen Steeple. That is also a great sword. I like the Omen Killer Cleaver better, but, like, they're both great weapons. Wouldn't be surprised if somebody liked Helfen's better and wanted to use it. Steepo. Ooh, CBD having a little trouble with the Celia skip here again. I think we did see that last night as well. It is a bit of a tricky skip. Ooh. Okay, saved it. Ah, didn't save it. Just kidding. Oh, that's even gonna be a death there. Uh-oh. Dan heading for an Ever Jail here. A Dan. So Dan just kind of going all over the place. Dan's hard to get a read on because it's like he just won't block, but he also won't commit to a line, but he like Like, I can't figure out where Dan is going. I can never predict where he's gonna go next. He's just playing a different game, but I mean, it didn't win him the last game, and he still is behind in this game. But like, he's not getting punished for it either. Like, the classic wisdom just isn't applying. His cam angle for Celia Skip looks a bit scary to me. Well, you're playing on controller. Cam angle doesn't do anything on controller. Does everything on keyboard and mouse, but like, yeah. Because of that, he just has to approximate the thumb angles, which makes it really, really hard. Keyboard and mouse, I can just go, oh, I hold backwards, then I hold forward, and then it works. So, yeah, I don't know. It's just weird on controller. I have no idea how to, evaluate, are you doing it well or not well on controller. I just see people do it, and it works or it doesn't, and I go, cool. I guess you did it good. He moves his cam while doing the second jump. Oh, interesting. Okay. CBD having some trouble getting up here quickly, but does manage to make it all the way up. Doesn't heal even, which should be fine. You almost never get hit by the Kindred of Rots. But I say almost never, because it's not as though it has never, ever happened. Controller is pure vibes, not setup. Yeah, it is. And it is wild to me that so many people not only play that way, because obviously, I like to play on controller because I get to hold it here and I don't have to have my hands out on keyboard and mouse, and it's just more comfortable for me and blah blah blah. I totally get why a lot of people would like to play controller. The wild thing to me is that for some reason people think controller is better than keyboard and mouse, which I'm not saying keyboard and mouse is better in all ways or even the majority of ways. They're pretty much identical in almost all situations. It's just wild to me that people think controller is better. Because, it genuinely has basically zero advantages. It's, that's the only thing that's wild to me. It's so hard to get skips sometimes on controller, it feels like, to me. But I also don't do it, so who knows? I mean, both are good, it's just preference. Exactly. Both are good, it's just preference. It's just wild to me that people are like, you should use controller. Would you ever use keyboard and mouse? You should use controller. It's like, no. No. But can you play on couch with keyboard and mouse? You could. You get yourself a little desk table. Just sit on your couch and have your little desk table and you could totally do that. Play controller with your elbows on the desk so I can quickly switch to mouse and keyboard and aim with the mouse when you need to. Have you ever considered just learning keyboard and mouse so you don't have to do that swapping? I'm just saying. All right. Ooh, worm face here. So CBD does get the second imbued sword key. He actually doesn't even go into... I'm very, very surprised by this, that he did not go into Raya Lucaria, because he is going to need to go into Raya Lucaria at some point if he wants Top's Academy key. So it feels like he's almost just purely giving it up, or at least giving up a lot of efficiency, going all the way to 4 Belfries just to try to get the imbued sword key slightly faster when he's way ahead on squares. I really don't know why you wouldn't just synergize it with Top's key. But here is the worm face kill for Dan. Not a square in itself, but is another boss in Altus Plateau and Mount Gelmir. The thing is, though, it's just not in a good spot on the board. I don't know why Dan's going for that either. They're both playing very unconventionally this game. I don't know. Hard to evaluate. Every prediction I've made about this would be a really good play, it feels like neither of them really wants to go for it. So either I'm off or they're playing very experimentally in this practice. He's gonna go NPC bosses soon, right? Right? Surely. Play on the Switch too with a mouse controller. Oh god, you could do the mouse on it. Yeah, that's very funny. Is there any Does that, like, work generally, or does that only work for certain games? That would be a very funny way to play. Doobie becoming one of us chatters. No, please. I don't want to be a chatter. Long-term use of normal claw can lead to strains, but reverse claw grip doesn't have issues. What's reverse claw? What's that? I'll never say controller is better, but when I started playing Souls games, keyboard and mouse didn't exist. So it seems like heresy to me. Ah, you played all the way at Demon's Souls. Okay, understandable. Obviously, keyboard and mouse existed, but just didn't exist as a way to play the games. I gotcha. Did Gideon count as NPC boss? Yes, although you would not see Gideon. In order to get to Gideon, you'd have to go all the way through the capital. Would you actually? I guess you can go straight to Fire Giant. You'd have to go to Fire Giant, kill him. You'd then have to go into Farum Azula, do all of Farum Azula, including both Godskin Duo and Malekith, which are not squares, in order to get to Ashen Capital, where you could then kill Gideon. At that point, you could get like 100 tries in on Vike. Even if you hate killing Vike, it would still somehow end up faster. Index over my thumb. Index over your thumb? This? That seems even more strain. It hurts just to try to show that off. Huh? Yes? Oh, no, that's got to be the worst for your hand. What do you mean has no problems? Index for camera, thumb for roll sprint. Okay, do you rotate your... What? What? What do you mean you... What? Oh, Dan gets 10 Sacred Flask charges. That actually makes sense. That's why he was doing some of those, seemed like weird plays in Altus Plateau and Mount Gelmir. It was actually because they synergized with Sacred Flask charges that he could get along the way at the little golden trees. Okay. So there was some synergy there that I did not initially see. I just did that and it hurts. Yeah. I've done this for 10 years, no injuries. Okay, I think you've got some secret injuries that you just don't know about. Oh, Dan really messed up the quit out there on the fall down. He pressed one wrong button in the menu, so he wasn't at quitting out. He had to fully close the menu, fully open it up again, and go all the way to quitting out. And he still almost had it, but the added menu delay that they added in this game for no reason, because FromSoft hates fast menuing, got him killed. He would have had enough time if this was on a previous patch instead of current patch. I have a controller with 2 back paddles, 2 back buttons, 2 extra face buttons, and 2 extra shoulder buttons. Okay, you just have 100 buttons on your controller? So now you have 0 issues, yeah. Bro just turned his controller into a keyboard and said, see? Now my controller's good. See? All I had to do was add all the buttons that exist on a keyboard. And now it's just good. More buttons, more gooder. It's keyboard at this point. I have to endure using controller when Dustblood's launched. Why do you remind me of these things? God, I don't want to. I don't want to. I'm gonna get the Steam controller. Looks pretty amazing. I won't, but I'm sure some people will. Controller, now with 100% more controller. Ooh, he's going for Vike. Thank you for the hydrate. And use the mouse function of the Switch too. Oh, I wonder if that'll work. Okay, Dan is heading for Vike. He is actually heading for NPC bosses right now. This looks to be his third one if he's marked everything correctly. There's the second bell bearing for CBD. CBD is ahead 8-4, which is a solid lead, but Not insurmountable. We've seen big comebacks before. Ooh, Vike with the big damage, though. Oh, trades with Vike, but actually comes out on top. That's rare. Usually you trade with Vike and you instantly die. Wow, how did he not get the backstab on that? That's surprising. He's doing a good job at fighting Vike, but... I mean, Vike is still just really tough. And one that you can't really Wild Strikes. Usually, Wild Strikes is the NPC killer, but I'm not sure you even can Wild Strikes Vike. I think he'll just Hyper Armor through it and just stab you, and then you die. Vike did Infinite Lightning. Nice catching Vike's roll. He's done a really, really good job with Vike so far. Got him under half. There's the heal, though, so now he has to go back to under half. Try the Steam controller. Missed out on the first version. Ah. Oh, I like that Dan knows, like, it's good to run from Vike, but it's good not to get, like, caught in an endless cycle of running. So he only sprints for a little bit, and then if Vike is still chasing him, he knows to, you know, okay, now I've got to roll. A little bit of lag, though, from Dan's stream here. Not buying a new controller, which would have back hotkeys, because I'm waiting for the Steam controller. Ah. Oh, gets the stupid thing that combos fully into itself with nothing you can do. It just is a completely surrounds Vike with a hitbox, and if you get caught with it, you get fully comboed to death, and it's just GG, rip. Got unlucky. Vike is overhated. Vike is underhated. Vike is severely underhated. We need to bring more hate to Vike. Vike does not make lists of top 10 worst FromSoft bosses or FromSoft NPCs, and we need to fix that. We need to get him on there. Vike is severely underhated. Vike is really, really bad. Vike is him. No, I'm him. Vike wishes he was him. I'd agree with the underhate, yeah. Like, genuinely one of the most miserable NPC bosses to fight. It is truly just, like, the only thing you can do is, like, run around and wait and get one punish slowly and then run around and wait and try to do one attack. But then, oops, you did one attack and he decided to do the vortex of combos you to death instantly and you lose. And that's Vike. There's no thought in it. There's no skill in it. It is just an RNG and patience check. It is absurdly bad of a fight. All right, so now CBD going for the Ever Jails here, as well as bosses in Altus Plateau and Mount Gelmir by going for Godefroy. And this, if he's marked correctly, should be his third Ever Jail, so CBD should be able to get Ever Jails pretty quickly here. Vike broke into my house and pre-ground my entire bag of nice coffee. Exactly. Are we gonna let him get away with this? Why is Vike the Elden Ring cover art then? He's not, I don't think. Isn't it? Who is on the Elden... What is the Elden Ring cover art? Google. Elden Ring cover art. Is that... Maybe that is Vike. Is that Vike? He is? Eh. Well, then it's a bad cover art because it's got Vike in it. He is the previous main character before the Tarnished. Yeah, and he lost, and he sucked, and he was stupid while he did it, and he's got no fashion, no maidens. The hate, bro, I could hate on Vike all day. But his armor go hard. Okay, well, fine, all right. I'll take back the no fashion. He can have the fashion, you know? He's got one thing. Canonically, picking the Frenzy Flame made Vike become the loser he is today. Exactly. Exactly. If Vike has no haters, bitch is dead type. Yep. I stand by you on this. Vike is the worst NPC they made since Bloody Crow. Is that a Bloodborne one? I don't know, Bloody Crow. Ooh, they're actually both heading towards Tibia Mariners. I think that Dan already did some of the Tibia Mariners, so I think this is actually going to be Dan's square here pretty soon. I think he's going to beat CBD to it. Dan just, like, trying... There it is! Yep, that was his third one. Does waste a bit of CBD's time. Very nice for Dan to start to come back into this. 8-5. He's only behind by 3, which is not a lot. He also has some good progress on NPC bosses. But it will involve killing Vike or something else. Okay, this is definitely my internet side because both of them are lagging a lot. So it's definitely got to be on my end that the lag is coming from. Anything but the French challenge. Anything but the French challenge. Our next week matches in the US region. Yes, next week is still the US qualifiers. The week after that will still be the US qualifiers, but it should wrap up the US qualifiers.
Hater, it's Mitch. If Vike has no haters, Mitch is dead. Mitch D. Vike hater.
True.
Hydrate.
If Vike has a million haters, I am one of them. If Vike has one hater, it is me. If Vike has no haters, I am no more of this earth. That's how it goes. Thank you for the hydrate. Gideon is better than Vike because he's a knower. Honestly, Gideon also sucks. Let's not kid ourselves. We can be haters of multiple things. I've got enough hating in my body for so many NPCs. Give me Vike hater, Gideon hater, Leda hater, Fia's Champs hater. Who else? Magnus hater. Dancer of Rana hater. Red Bear hater. ADM hater? Honestly, nah. Nah, you know, I'm kind of okay with ADM. Like, a little bit of a hater, but, like, not that much. I'm kind of okay with ADM. This is why Vike doesn't make the list. I know it's true. There's just so many others that you remember as well. Bro just hates NPCs. True! Like, frick NPCs. Like, imagine liking NPCs. Nikolash is a good shout. I haven't played Bloodborne, but, you know, you're probably correct. What about more? I mean, if more is in the Leda encounter, I'm just still counting that as the Leda encounter, so. Okay, Dan getting a nice, quick Mount Gelmir boss, and... Oh, there's his 6th one even. And he gets a very nice talisman after. So Dan has brought this back a good bit. 8-6. It was just 8-4, but Dan got 2 squares pretty quickly here to bring it pretty close to even. It's very surprising. Neither of them is doing NPC bosses. They both are just leaving it. Okay, Dan is now going back to Vike with Ritual Sword, which should make it a bit faster. So hopefully he gets it. Why would he choose Vike? Because it's technically the fastest because it's close. If you get Vike first try, this is better than his other options. If he does not get Vike first try, then it's obviously, you know, it's the worst option. Oh my god, I've lost so much time. But if you get Vike first try, you can see he doesn't even have like that much health, and you can get to him very quickly because they just are given a grace that's right next to him. It is also an Everjail. This is also true. It does also have that synergy. I don't think he's going to win Everjails. I think CBD would, but, you know, theoretically, it's something to keep in the back of your mind. This is an Everjail NPC. Practicing being a Division 1 hater. This is competitive hating right here. I'm going to be the best hater. I'm going to be a grandmaster in hating. And that's why. That stupid whirlwind that guaranteed combos into the follow-up that guaranteed kills you. He has a Dawn, so it's at least his second Everjail. Yes, it is at least his second. He could go do Bloodhound Knight, Darrowil very, very quickly for a third, and he could do the Crucible Knight for a very, very quick fourth. Everjails, honestly, is not that slow as long as you already have Vike. Because there are 3 at least that are very easy. Even Bowls, actually. Bowls might even be faster than one of the ones I said. You probably do Bowls over the Crucible Knight. So yeah, there's just a good number of very quick Everjails. I'm a comment hater. Yep, that's me. And I'm practicing it right now. Walking into my 24-hour shift at the hater building. If I were Dan, and this might not work out, I would try Wild Strikesing Vike. See if it works. Maybe Dan knows it doesn't work, but like, I always try that on every NPC I see. I'm like, what if? What if I just swing, 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 swing? And some NPCs it does not work on at all, and you just die for it, but like, I'd always be willing to give it at least one try. Oh, it just gets roll caught because Vike has infinite range. I hate this guy. 1 vigor and 99 hate build. You got to put all your points into hate. It's very important. It's a good build. I would try it when he goes to heal. Oh, that could be a... Yeah, that could be a play. Honestly, every single worst FromSoft boss I can think of is just a dude the same size that as the player character is, like Vike. But also all the best FromSoft bosses are a dude the same size as the player character is. Like Ishin or Owl. CBD is so evil making Dan do NPC bosses? Well, Dan technically doesn't have to do Vike, but it is kind of the fastest one to do. It's so weird because if you saw a board that said kill Fingerprint or Roundtable Knight Vike, not Fingerprint, I think there's a second Vike, whatever. He's like an invader or something. If you saw a board that said kill Vike, you'd be like, oh no, what a horrible square to go for. But you see a square that says kill 4 NPC bosses and you're like, oh, that's not that bad. Even though 4 NPC bosses oftentimes involves killing Vike to do it as fast as possible. It just like, even though 4 NPC bosses is kind of objectively like a harder or at least longer square than Vike is, it doesn't feel as bad because you don't have to see the name Vike in it. I think Owl is a little bigger. That's why it was approximately the same size, right? I don't think the comment was literally exactly the same size down to the pixel. Vike is honestly a very fast square if you don't die. Yeah, he honestly is. It's just people die a lot because it's just a bad NPC that can at any time decide to kill you by doing the whirlwind attack. The whirlwind attack with ridiculous hyper armor, combos into itself, fully one-shots, has a 360 AoE around him, so even if you were behind him, it wouldn't matter. There's 5 ritual pots for CBD. Very nice. Square for him. Now the score is 6-9. Nice. Okay, Dan just needs 1, maybe 2 more hits. He just has to not be greedy with it. That could have been greedy. If Vike had done the whirlwind, it could have got him. But there it is. There's his third NPC boss. He still does need one more. Is CBD chasing on NPC bosses? He actually might be. Or he might at least be going for a Dan, which is also an Everjail. He might do his final... Yeah, it looks like he will. He'll do his final Everjail as an NPC boss with a Dan. Where's Dan going? Swamp of Aeonia. Is there an NPC boss in Caelid that I'm not remembering? In Celia, even? No, he's going for painting rewards. He's going for paintings? Dan, why did you just spend 30 minutes on Vike? Not actually 30. Why did you spend what felt like 30 minutes of our lives on Vike if you're not going to finish off NPCs? Oh, there is Hughes. Hughes is good. Would this be the way you get to Hughes, though? Up at the church. Go around. I think there's a faster way, isn't there? Hughes is also an Everjail. That is a good shout. Hughes is a good one to go for. I just don't know that this is the fastest way there. Hughes is absolutely not NPC. Oh. No, you're right. He's not. He does not function as an NPC. You're right. You're right. I got tricked. I got tricked by chat. I think I knew that he wasn't an NPC, but I got tricked. They mentioned it, and I was like, "Oh yeah, he kind of is NPC-like." But no. He is not an NPC. He does not function as an NPC. He is staggerable, even though he casts spells. He is staggerable, which is one of the signs of not being an NPC. Okay, CBD just finishing off Everjails with bowls here. This should be his final Everjail that CBD can then mark the square with. I don't think that's where Dan's headed either. It's not Everjail. What could he possibly be over here for? It's only painting rewards. It's genuinely only painting rewards that he could have been over there for. Now he's gonna pivot out. Good. He's doing painting rewards. He's actually doing painting rewards. He's going into Stormveil for painting rewards. I mean, it also potentially sets up Remembrance Boss sorcery only, but Dan is an enigma. Dan is a genuine enigma. I don't know. I cannot. Most players, I can at least somewhat predict what they're going to do, where they're going to go. Dan is an enigma. What NPCs does he have? Dan has Vike, a Dan, Patches is what he has. Okay. Just bit into an apple and it was soft and tasted gross. Ugh. All about the tempo vibes. I guess so. Hate that for you. If I ever did bingo, I'd be all over the place. I can barely keep all the squares straight just as a viewer. True. But I would say that the common early bingo player, what they will do is go, I want that square, and then they'll go do it, right? And so you might say, if the better players pivot a lot, that must mean pivoting is always better than going for squares. No, that's actually not true. Going for squares is better than pivoting most of the time. And, good enough players can just recognize the rare instances where pivoting is better and do it better than you. Pivoting is a powerful tactic, but it often actually does, I believe, in my personal opinion, get overused by a lot of players. It almost feels like, I need to pivot in order to be like a good player. But committing to things is not a bad call either in a lot of situations. The power of pivoting is specifically if you can recognize, I am sure that this will get me a long-term advantage. Because pivoting is almost always a short-term loss, so it has to get you some sort of long-term advantage. So an example might be something like, oh, there's 2 squares that are very, very late along a path, and so you do one of those 2 squares, and then you don't do the other one, and you go and do something else, because you know that because it's at the end of a long path, your opponent doesn't have time to get the other one from you. So that's an example of where pivoting can be good, but just like, oh yeah, I went and did 3 out of 4 for a square, and then I went and did something else, and then I did something else, and then I did something else, and I never finished it, is just asking for you to get sniped at some point. Is almost never a good idea in that way. So pivoting, it can be a tool that can be helpful if you know how to do it right, but if you do it wrong, is like way more destructive. Base game is more complicated, to be honest. I kind of agree with that. DLC is more like straightforward, but like who is going to play faster, who's going to play better, who's going to beat all the bosses first try, who's going to have a more efficient fight where they know a better punish that saves them 10 seconds in the fight. And base game is like this complicated interwoven tapestry of synergy on synergy on synergy of like, if I do this into this into this, then I can, you know, set up this, and like base game is strategy, DLC is execution. Not both of them obviously both have strategy and execution, but that's what they're heavier in IMO. DLC map presence I noted is very important. Yes, 100%. It's also important in base game, but less so because you get a bunch of free graces. So the only real big map presence that you need in base game is Underground, is Nokron, which CBD is now in and is going for Mimic tier, which is going to give him another NPC boss, which is probably going to snipe away the square while Dan has 3 out of 4 because Dan has not finished the square. I'm taking base game notes. Good. Nice. Isn't it GG? There's 4 square behind Mimic. Does Raydan have Mimic boss? He has not done Mimic boss. It's probably GG. Yeah, CBD still has a 4 square lead. Yeah, and Dan would have a very hard time contesting Fia's champs. But I mean, if Dan right now takes away NPC bosses, right? Give that to Dan. That's 10-7. You count CBD as getting Fia's champs eventually. That's 7-11. But everything else on the board, like, either of them could do. I guess also Finger Slayer Blade that CBD could get. That's 12-7. Yeah, that is rough. Dan would have to win every single remaining square, which he could. But, I mean, you know, it's really hard to. So, yes, CBD has the extreme priority on at least 2 of the squares that Dan would have a very, very hard time challenging. CBD even setting up Ancestor Spirit first. So if CBD just gets those 3, which he's in the area for, he will lose to Dan. Or sorry, CBD will win against Dan. Dan will lose to CBD is the way that I meant to say it. CBD has Ancestor Spirit. They both actually have access to Ancestor Spirit whenever they want because they both have a Grace in Shifra. Okay, there's the 3rd painting reward from Dan. Okay, so in terms of majority, you know, Dan's getting squares. Oh, CBD is going for the easier Mimic tier. He doesn't want to go for Vike, which would be faster. CBD wants to go for the easier Mimic tier to get the 4th NPC boss. Makes sense, but is more time consuming. If Dan right now goes for NPC bosses, it would waste so much of CBD's time. Very afraid for NPC bosses. Dan delays too much. If CBD gets Vike, it's over. Yeah. Also has to be a lot of really lucky snipes. Yeah, no, yeah. this is obviously one of those situations where 99% CBD's favor, maybe higher than that, but there are chances. It's never 100 till it's over. And Dan actually going for Ancestor Spirit, which would have been a great idea if CBD kept on Ancestor Spirit, but CBD pivoted, so Dan has to do an NPC boss right now, and he's not. So, looking like a GG. You should realize right now that CBD hasn't marked anything. CBD has not marked anything for 8 minutes at this point. So, yeah. Dan definitely has held this too long. CBD saw that he's not doing NPC bosses. Yeah. Dan did the exact same thing in the last match against Tom, where he just didn't want to do the square that blocked Tom. I don't know if this is practice mentality, Dan, or if this is genuinely just Dan, you know, his like, I think this is my highest chance of winning. Because some players do play a little different in practice. But yeah, he definitely in both games did not challenge the lines from his opponents, and in both games will end up losing. Now, also in both games, he was a little slower, was losing in the majority anyway, so probably, you know, would have had a hard time even if he went for them, but it is certainly a trend that we are noticing. There is the Mimic tier for CBD. Boom, there's the mark. And the game is over 11 to 7.
I bet he's doing that right now. I felt it in my bones. GG, man.
GG.
GG.
What you did at the beginning?
Mistakes. I did mistakes.
What were you going for?
I tried to do a synergy that was slower than I thought it was. I was going for Blood Out Knight Explosive Physic combo, and it was a bad shout.
Yeah. He's a sneaky little
like, every
guy,
time,
dude.
yeah. Well, every time, well, it's not that. It was like every time I thought about, like, oh, I need to go get that, and then I need to go get that, and then I need to go
that's what you
get that, and then I can go do that, and then like, oh fuck me, I can even mark a square, and then like I was on my way to Blide when you marked it. Like I had the snap, I had the grace, and I was on my way to Blide. My mistake.
Your
And
eyes are
like,
bigger than your stomach, dude.
Yeah, well, I just misjudged how long that combo would take. I mean, this is practice. Now I know. Now I know.
I don't know,
wrong.
man. You do a lot of combos.
Yeah, well, it's I'm learning, man. I'll do it again. I won't do it again. But then I better use my explosive physic, and I was going for remembrance, and I was heading down the elevator, and you mark that. And I wanted to get Crucible done after that, and I wanted to get the thing. And
We're back. Refresh.
So I was playing catch up ever since. And yeah. But anyway, it's fine. I was just trying to feather the NPC as much as they could.
Did you have any
I
dead?
feathered it too much. Yeah, I had 3 dead. Yeah. Vike viked me. He did Vike things today.
Never do a Vike NP.
I did never done dead. I'm like, I gotta do
You
Vike.
guys are crazy, bro. Then,
I didn't want to do Vike.
Fucking go to Gary, dog.
Yeah, I guess. Gary sucks.
Bro, going to
he's
and
not even that
killing
slow, I
Gary
guess.
is less time than going to and dying to fucking Vike.
Yeah,
Which I would.
Yeah.
Gary's not that slow, I suppose. Like, he's a Sage's Cave, right? You just run there, altars. Would have been altars boss. Yeah.
Altus boss, yep.
See,
We were talking about that in the commentary. We were like, oh yeah, Gary could have been good, but you did need one more, so you would have had to do Gary and Mimic tier, but yeah, that would have probably been better.
Yeah. I was had a Mimic tier last. I don't know. I've
Oh,
lost
so
a
you had 2
torch here
then.
somewhere. No, I had 3. I had Patches, Adan, and Vike.
Oh, okay. All right, never mind. I get it. I get it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But yeah, I really bit off more than I could do at the start, and I paid the price.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it was necessarily that bad of a call at the start. You didn't end up like way behind. It's mostly just like freaking Radon every time. It's always Radon. Whoever goes for Radon, Whoever goes for Radon wins
Yeah.
every time, I swear.
Like I saw the importance of Radon too. So like I was just kind of trying to squeeze one little synergy at the start, then push that. But yeah, it was down. I just misjudged the length of it because I knew DVD. I knew you would go for Falling Star Duelist, make their quick squares. I'm like, I could probably get this quicker, and I was just incorrect. I was wrong. So I go, just misjudged. But you know, lessons learnt.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm. What'd you run?
Other
Oh,
one?
okay,
I
what
hope they
flavor?
do another. It's up to them. I have no call in whether they
Did
do another.
you plus 22 or 25 into Radon?
No,
I was curious about your routing.
I was like plus 12, I think.
Yeah, that's
I'm
the other
plus
thing. I
16
should have just
right
gone a
now.
bit quicker, given that like this was here. I kind of integrated my start with some stones, so I had to do 2 more trips to get to max. Yeah, big greed, I guess. Maybe Godric was a play, knowing that you were going to go for. I wonder if I can got there quicker. Probably not. Godric takes a while to get to anyway.
I guess it would have left sorcery only open or something. right?
Yeah, I guess that thing too. Yeah, I was sort of pondering on that one.
Mm-hmm. Should not
you have
just
many
commentate,
things
but help
like,
them practice as well
Ow.
as a favor.
Like split, or you just like just pushing
Help
squares like you had
how?
advantage though.
I don't want to play. I'm totally down to like coach or whatever though, but I don't want to play.
I had the key to Academy.
I'm bad.
Mm.
And that's all I really needed, I guess. I didn't have Loretto done.
All right, have a good one, Tolnien.
What ritual pods did you get?
Ariza Side Tomb, Lyska Runes, and Charberg.
Coaching is called backseating.
Arena's Side Tomb
True,
has
I do
2.
love
I should learn
backseating.
that, shouldn't I?
If it is a rush, Ariza Side Tomb will always be faster, but if you have, like, if you're already in Ryu Lucaria, then it isn't
Yeah.
faster.
Yep. I was
But
really
also, like,
surprised you didn't go Raya because it had tops, it had one of the sword keys, and it had the ritual pot. So I thought you were gonna go there.
I mean, I don't want to be too greedy. That's always the thing. Is like you can go
Yeah,
in
the
there
feather,
and then it's like, oh, Dan had the same idea. Oh, he got ritual. Oh, he got tops. Oh, okay, so he just has column
yeah,
two.
just snowballs. yeah. Is it Was it Ariza's Side Tomb? That's the one like down from DTS, right?
Yes.
Yeah, to the left or
I
the
died
right?
once.
There's 2 down there, isn't there?
We're
It's
drinking
one on the left.
water.
The right one is the
Obviously.
Peaceful Knights and Heroes Grave.
Ew.
Good old
Okay,
water.
Gross. Are they easy to find in there?
No, you gotta
Okay,
you gotta know what you're doing, dude.
Okay. Oh, I think I'm watching a VOD back then.
I died
sure what.
once. I fucking just
Brown
new
water.
deaths all the time.
I just live
That's
in
a
Flint,
brown
Michigan,
water,
or whatever.
Do you have to
It's fine.
complete it to get them, or they just like on the
No.
ground? Yeah, okay.
You don't have to complete it, but like I mean, they are located on the ground. But to get like, let me see. You got to go in there. There's an illusory wall. You go through the illusory wall. You go in the chest in the illusory wall. You teleport. Then you go back through what would have been the
Oh,
illusory wall,
That
And-
one,
and
dude.
then-
Gross.
and then you go back to kind of like seemingly where you just were on the balcony. Then you got to go past the imps. You got to go up the ladder. There's another chest, and then that takes you to where you got to go. You just go up the stairs. You'll see a purple item, and then you pick that up. You go.
Bro is just
back
ad libbing
out-
at this point. There's no way. Bro
Yeah.
is ad libbing.
Who's
go
gonna
back-
call him out? I
you-
can't call him out.
you go back out or down the way you came, then left out of the window. You turn around, go up the stairs, and then there's the other pot.
Jesus Christ, dude. That's the reason I'm never gonna do another all bosses, man. Because catacombs and shit, they're so bad. I hate them. They're so bad. All right, so yeah. that's
Writing
fine.
this
I'll do
down?
that
Yeah.
Next time, that's really quick and easy. Well, GG.
DLC?
GG. Yeah.
DLC? Yeah.
Yeah. I raced at a Ancient Dragon Man, and it's about all I can get to, I reckon. It's about all I can find. Bale race? No hit Bale? Question mark?
He no hit bail, dude.
Ooh.
Yeah. All right. Well, I can play it. I need to go have a rest. I'm doing my bingers tonight. So I need to unbingus for an hour before I come back and re-bingus.
Yeah, I'll probably hop off. Bye-bye. Thanks for playing, Dan. Bye-bye.
Thanks.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye, Mitch.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
No more. This is so sad. This is so sad. Me when there's no more content to steal. Truly, truly terrible. Anyone else on? Nope. That was the end of people being online for Bingus for the night. This is so sad. Now we seguro. Teach us DLC bingo? Why don't I teach you by us spectating somebody tomorrow? Surely somebody tomorrow will be doing DLC bingo. Then I can teach you that way. All right, so let me close this. So we'll swap over to Sekiro. There's a brand new route for all memories unrestricted that supposedly this time will actually be faster. Supposedly. We'll see. Because all the other routes were like, yeah, this will definitely be faster. Oh, no, it's actually way slower. Oh, wow, this route will definitely be faster. Oh, no, wait, it's actually way slower. So, but we finally got one that is supposed to actually be faster. Supposed to. Oh, let me close the bingo board there. Open this. Time to learn Sekiro Bingus. Sekiro Bingus would be a lot of fun. I have thought about doing some Sekiro Bingus soon-ish. Maybe between the preseason and the full season, if we got some Sekiro Bingus going, that could be fun. Kind of build on the hype of Bingo Brawlers with some more stuff going, but who knows? All right, Sekiro. So, new route with memory dupe glitch. All memories unrestricted. Routing and speedruns. All right, let's see. By chance it means alternative route for AP99. No, AP99, that's set in stone. This is something you would do at the very end of the run to get a few more memories. Uh-oh, Comcast. Hey, Comcast. You stop that. You already fully disconnected the stream once. Don't do it again. Don't do it again, Comcast. Don't do it. All right, so I open up this. Open up this. I open up my save files. And we test whether it kind of works via this file. Should have everything necessary to test it, I think. Comcast loves Vike. That is what they're saying by throttling my internet. They know I'm the #1 Vike hater. Okay. So here's the idea. You go back to Dilapidated Temple. At this point. Yeah. Okay, interesting. And we will be using this in order to be able to talk to Emma. So the basic idea is we're going to set up the glitch using Hanbei once again. And it actually takes 2 hits per hit on Hanbei, which is good. So that's faster than what I was initially timing with, where it was taking 1 hit. It's quite a distance. It is. It takes about a minute, a little over a minute, in order to push him all the way over here. Hopefully that's close enough. Not quite. That wasn't close enough? That's surprising. And then that one's too close and went past it. That should work perfectly. There we go. Glitch setup. We get ready to do attack power. I think we have to walk up the stairs to get out of range of the idol. But whenever we're sure we're out of range of the idol, we can test how far away you need to be. We activate it while heading towards Emma. Hanbei bully. Where we then need to find a spot, the closest spot to Splat. We need to specifically Splat so that we end up here when we do it. I've tried landing there before, but it's not actually low enough to Splat. Unless, what if you jumped from here, is it enough to Splat? Let's test. It is. Okay, you can splat from there. That's actually not too bad. You double splat. That doesn't take too long. You do Ishin's parting words or give a drink. I used the contact medicine very late, so we had to wait there for a while, but we'll find a setup to do it faster. But then we go back in range of the idol by going back through the revolving door. And there it is. We get our Remnant Divine Dragon. You do have to be pretty far into the cave. I did the wrong one. Wait. Ishin's parting words. No, that should have worked. But it... Why did that not work? Uh-oh. Hold on. That should have gotten us True Monk. That should have gotten us True Monk. Uh-oh. It's possible that splatting... No. Umnik said he tested splatting and that it should have worked. I know that talking to Emma doesn't affect it. Maybe it's possible that I just got way too far into the dialogue with Emma because I used the contact medicine so late. Let's see. Let's try it again. Let's try it one more time. But that, I mean, I think that was supposed to be the steps. I think that was supposed to work. Is splat damage fixed regardless of height? As long as you get a full splat, yes. A full splat is the maximum fall damage you can take. It basically works that hard falls increase in damage until they become a splat. A splat is just the hardest fall you can take. I'm being a little slower on the Hanbei this time. I could get better at this, but whatever. The reason to do it from this idol and not from the other one is then because we can also then use Hanbei to dupe Ape's Memory. So we, in theory, can dupe with Emma and Hanbei, all from one glitch setup. So we spend all the time to set it up once, but then we get 3 dupes. Whereas previously, we were only getting 2. Okay. Set up. Okay, there we go. Oh, a dumb question about using contact medicine and then splatting be better. Well, yes, that is correct. That's what we will do. Tis not a dumb question. It's just, yeah, that was the next thing to do. Originally, I splatted first just to make sure I wouldn't die too early, but I will not die too early, so...
Percent raw and put percent...
We could then figure out the exact actual timing. Splat 1... Splat 2. Wonder if spear pull is faster? I really doubt it. Not like... Okay, that should work. That wasn't super late into Emma's dialogue. This should work. It did. Okay. I messed up the first time. I just did too much dialogue. It works. It works. So that's the idea. Oh! It's probably because I fell off this little ledge. You can't fall off the ledge at any point while the glitch is going, or it deactivates it. I forgot about that. So what we're gonna have to do when we walk back in and we're back in the idle menu is we're gonna have to walk around like this. That makes sense why it... Okay, I understand now. I think, at least partially. So make sure that we walk around because any fall while the menu is open ruins it. And then the idea would be then we sort of activate it again. We get ourselves over here with it. We then jump off twice. While using Dragon's Blood Droplet. We go back through here, which forces some slow walking, but that's fine. We go over to Hanbei. We kill him. This sure does take a while. I do want to see if he'll try walking back right now. Because I actually don't think he does. Any turnaround walk backers? Oh. Yeah, after you've talked to him the first time, he doesn't do that. So it was just testing for something aside from what we're actually testing for, but you accept, and then we'll find the right time to poison, but this is the idea. You poison. Why do we need more memories? Because this category is called all memories. We are generating memories from thin air, so we are generating the memories to have all of them. Without having to go actually fight and kill the bosses. And then we would do this. That would give us the ape memory. When we run back in range, it would say ape memory. We would then bundle Jizo to get our health back. And then we would do the same thing. We'd go back to Emma. We'd do a second splat. We'd say give drink. And that would give us... so we would have True Monk, we'd have Ape, and we'd have Owl's memory. And so that would be 3 dupes all for 1. That is the idea. With the new glitch is we use 1 setup with Hanbei in order to duplicate 3 memories at the same time, leading to 3 bosses that we don't have to go kill. And this feels like a decent proof of concept that it would work. Technically, I don't have the give drink option in this save, so I guess we're gonna have to go through an entire playthrough to see if it works, but I mean, let's do that. Yo, Sorcerers of the Fake! Thank you for the sub! Welcome to the bunch. Enjoy the emotes. That was apparently 5 minutes ago and I missed it. Sorry about that. I'm slow on reading alerts. Alright. I mean, I guess I just start from the beginning here. Not that I actually know what's going on, but makes sense. Yeah, it makes at least some sense. Okay, so new route. We'll have slightly different splits. We're actually not even going to do the wrong warps anymore, which is going to be very, very sad. Sad for me, at least. We are instead gonna do... Not canyon. Canyon skip. Then... Gyobu skip. Then we're actually gonna duplicate very early. Then we're gonna do Shichiman skip. Snake Eyes, Corrupted Monk. I guess we'll also buy at the dungeon on the way through, because we'll get our 500 on the way through, and we'll never have to come back. So buy at dungeon will be just after memory duplication. Then we'll do... Richmond skip, Snake Eyes, Corrupted Monk, Air Swim, Monkey skip, Genny. We don't need to do Guardian Ape. Poison Air Swim, Divine Dragon, Memory Dupe 2, Sword Nation. Okay. That's at least things in the right order. We're all basically pretending to know what's going on. It's so complicated. I know this is probably very weird to watch because it's so complicated. Which Soul's health drink, Estus, Crimson Tears, Healing Gourd, etc. do you think tastes the best? I mean, I have no basis for this, but like the Estus does look the most delicious. The Sunny D does, it just look, I don't know, something about bright orange that makes me just go, ooh, I want to drink that. So my favorite late night streamer to lurk and watch where you can't sleep, so I had to sub. Oh, thank you. I'm glad you enjoy watching. Gourd canonically tastes very bad. Oh, well, definitely not that one then, I guess. These unrestricted runs are really something. They are wild, wild, wild. I'll try to kind of explain some stuff as it's going on, but like... I don't know. You know, it's a weird route. It's a weird route. I always imagine Estus as a chicken soup yummy. Ooh. Supposedly a warm mix of citrus, honey, cinnamon, and ginger. Okay, that sounds delicious. Does that exist as a real-life drink? If not, somebody should make it, because that just sounds like just a good combination. I think so, yes. Okay. I always felt like Estus takes like bourbon and apple cider. Yo, what up, Craig? How's it going? Pretty good. Testing out the new 3 dupe strat. Instead of 2 Emma, 2 Hanbei, it's 3 in total. Both Emma and Hanbei at the same time. Should theoretically work. But I have to remake a save at the end in order to try it anyway, so... Sounds cool. It should be faster. This time, finally, Omnic is pretty sure it's faster. Unlike all the other things we've tried that have somehow ended up like 10 seconds slower each time. Vasco's Ruling Tears tastes like blue Gatorade, the only drink that truly tastes like blue. Or blue Powerade? I mean, they're kind of the same, but... The curse of the slightly slower shall stop now. Surely. Oh, wait. I need this now for this route. Doesn't honestly lose you that much time because we needed to take a hard fall at some point anyway to get our health low enough. No, wait, we don't because we're not doing that route anymore. Never mind. I'm silly. I thought we were still doing the Senpo wrong warp, but we are not because that is apparently much slower. Ah! I wish it was faster because it was way more fun to do. It was way nicer to do, but... Whoops. Never knew there's a Jizo there. Yep. Very early Jizo. But a little hidden. What do you mean that's a vertical jump? What do you mean, game? What do you mean? Game cheats me. Still faster, surely. Well, that was not a good start to the skip, but we got it. Mayamo. Me Lalamo. Okay. He was already falling off as I went there. Very nice. Always best to check if you're slow because it's not guaranteed that he will be, but... Nice. Make sure not to use the memory, otherwise the dupe is ruined. And then we theorized that it might be better to do one extra dupe at the start here, so I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna make a save, and we're gonna do one extra dupe compared to what theoretically might be necessary. Are you going to be participating in Bingus as a player or a commentator this season, or both? I'll be a commentator this season, not a player. I've been doing a lot of practice commentary as well. Theoretically, someone could participate in both, but I will only be doing commentary. Okay, so let's make a save here. I don't even know what to call this. I've got way too many saves here. All memories, unrestricted, new, testing, 01, memory dupe. Who knows? I don't know what to do anymore. I've got too many saves for this one damn category. Once we finalize the route, I can just make one set of practice saves, but... New. It's the new because there's already a new one. And that one ended up still slower. Okay. Practicing commentary by watching WWE and turning the sound off and doing your own. Basically, but not WWE. We've been watching Bingus matches, turning the sound off and doing our own. That works. That's the wrong attack for it to do. You gotta come back over here now. There we go. What? What? You can ruin it that late? Okay, I guess always rest. I didn't know that was possible. No way. He just was sitting there. There was no reason for him to still be there. Jerk. He was just chilling. Okay. Oh, this one's still activated. Wait, it still works. I only had to redo one of them. Haha. What? Except that. How did it happen a second time? Why is bro chilling here? Oh my god. I can't believe it. Surely nobody's coming over to chill this time. Doesn't look like anybody's coming over to chill. I was gonna try to aggro them if they were, to move them away from the idol. Okay, nobody chilling this time. There we go. Just joining, how's the route looking? Well, we haven't really gotten to testing the route. This is like old stuff that we kind of have to redo so that we have all the resources ready to try out the new stuff. No travel. Whoops. Be ashamed to travel, yeah. And we think it might be faster to do one extra dupe, so I'm gonna try that. I think the attack power might be worth it. One extra. Before finally using our memory for Gyobu. Well, how is this dupe working? It's very hard to explain, but basically, do I need the bite down? The bite down might be helpful for a setup, so I'm gonna grab it just in case. Basically, you get the ability to move while using an idol by interacting with an idol while you are still in the middle of a death blow animation. We do need to die at some point, so this is kind of the most convenient spots. You still need the big coin purse? Yeah, I think so. I mean, I could buy less contact medicine. We only need 4 in total. But I don't know that we'd have enough emblems with only 4, so I'm gonna get the big one still, and that will solve it for now, and we might be able to find a more efficient money route later. Who figures this stuff out? People. I don't need this extra ash because I already got the 4. The last 2 from Gyobu. This should be fine. When I equipped the shuriken, I should have equipped Akko as well because we're gonna use it for Snake Eyes. I'm gonna make a save at Snake Eyes because why not? Random dudes on Reddit, apparently, yeah. Somebody on Reddit found the genesis of this. They didn't, like, find the full memory duplication and all that, but the genesis was if you interact with an idol. Thank you for the hydrate. Well, in the middle of a death blow animation, which they did by accident, then you can move around while using the idol. We said, whoa, that seems powerful. Let's see what we can do with it. And then we tested all the options while you're in range of the idol, while you're out of range of the idol. We test what's happening if you go through a load zone. We test what happens if you talk to people. We tested then everything that you can do around that, and we found these memory duplications. So we just needed the tool, and then we used the tool to start hammering at every wall, seeing if any wall would be broken down. We found weak spots. We kept hammering till eventually it broke. We just needed the hammer. New test. O2, Snake Eyes. Okay. New one, yep. Bench storage. It's like bench storage. What's changed in this new route, the new one? Now we do 3 dupes at the end, 2 at Emma and 1 at Hanbei, and we use Hanbei to activate the idol instead of using the bottom of Ashina Castle idol. We need the monkey booze. Two at Emma. Yes, 1 from the booze and 1 from Ishin's parting words, which gives us True Monk and Owl, and then we use Hanbei to get Ape. Hanbei. Yeah, doing the folding screen, the rotating door thing does not break the glitch, because all that's necessary is that the idol remains loaded. And because they want you to be able to seamlessly go through that doorway, it keeps the thing on the other side loaded when you pass through it, so that if you pass right back, it doesn't have to load again. So it's more about what gets unloaded rather than if it's a thing or not. So right now we need Yash. Well, we need heal. We need Yash. That snap, something like that. I'm not sure why Snake Eyes didn't split. Unless Snake Eyes did split, but then something else didn't. Which actually is probably the case. Probably all the way from Buy It Dungeon, it was off, and then Snake Eyes should have split, so now we're at Monk. Whatever. Let's make a save here. Hello, what up, Zoodle? It's even closer than Castle Idol once set up. It actually is. It just takes a bit longer to do the Hanbei pushing. I just want this ash out of my inventory, so I'm going to throw it all. Oh, I should have had the bulging purse out, not the healing gourd, I guess? Or maybe not the... And then we would immediately go castle for the air swim. The cast is coming. Oh no, we're losing so many frames. Not my frames. I did also forget to buy the... I mean, we should have more than enough spirit emblems, but let's just redo Monk real quick so that I can buy the spirit emblems there. Yeah, the bulging coin purse. Yeah, should have been out. And that's success. You do have time to spend it just barely before you get kicked off the idol. And then you warp. Not to Dilapidated Temple, though. I warped to the wrong spot. Warp to castle. It says you've been live for 56 hours. Apparently the timer keeps counting as long as your tablet is asleep when you're offline. I can be alive. I can be online forever. Okay. Here we go. I believe we've added frame skip to this route. The most powerful skip. Do you think that if I didn't have Comcast, all of a sudden, you know, a few less people would have left stream way back when, which would have snowballed into me being, you know, higher in the Twitch directories, which would have led to more people watching, and then all of a sudden I'd be the biggest streamer on Twitch if I just didn't have Comcast? That's probably what would have happened. All we need to do is monkey skip. I don't need to get back into the air swim because we're not going to do ape after. So we just do this version. Would have been a midged world. Yep. So then for lost income based off that scenario. True. If it's slower, I'll lose my mind. Me too. There's surely no way that it's slower. And then while we're here, we acquire skills. Technically, I could also get Vault Over if we wanted to try for double Death Blow. I don't think we do, but and then back to the castle. Double Death Blow, slower copium. Okay, and then I'm gonna make... Oh, and also... I should have done Mortal Draw before... We do want Healing Gourd equipped. We actually still want Akko equipped. Wait, don't we? I have 4 Yash. We want 2 for Ishin, 1 for Dragon... 1 for Genny? No, I guess we have enough. I guess we have enough Yash. Even because we were picking up 1 and using it on Ape. So yeah, never mind. I don't need that. So I'm probably at this moment would have left. Well, I can't re-equip them now. Whatever, it's fine. I probably would later swap out my equips. Where would I swap out my equips? Is there any good particular time? I guess it doesn't really matter. I guess I could swap out my equips after this because I do want the Healing Gourd. So what I equipped was perfect then. Okay. Don't open Pandora's box yet. But I want to. Well, that sucks. I really hate when he steps back. I don't know if there's anything I can do against it, though. But then in theory, if Yash was still going, then this would basically be a scripted phase 3 as well. Has anyone ever first tried that hard skip? Depends which one. But probably some people have first tried some very hard skips. Once they knew they existed. You wouldn't just do them by accident. Here. We still need the healing gourds. That's also why you wouldn't have swapped things out yet. Oh, but I would need things swapped at this point. So, I can actually do it right now. Yeah, I do it right now. I set myself up in the position. Looks good. And then I swap And then equip you. I don't know if the order matters. Maybe I would have wanted to have Yash here. And then I would do bup, bup, bup. That makes sense to me. Do I even need Homeward Idol? Ever? I don't think I do. Oh, well, whatever. I'll keep it for now. And then quit out. Is there like a mana or cooldown system for Mortal Draw? Not familiar with the game systems, and I don't see anything in the UI for it. Yes, there is a number that maxes out at around 15. I think we have currently 16 as the max, and it costs 3 of those per. They're called Spirit Emblems, and you can refresh them by resting, or you can get them from enemies that you kill sometimes. New test 04 poison air swim. Where can I find the list of all bingo squares for the previous season? I found a mate who I want to bingo with. BingoBrawlers.com. You should be able to find it. There should be a links section or resources section or something like that. I don't remember what exactly it is called, but up on the top, if you look at all the options, there should be something like links or downloads or something like that. Floaty cross things that get sucked into the character. Yes, those. There we go. There's the grapple swap. Death into the air swim entrance. First try, easy. Honestly, the setup that Umnik has is really nice. This particular setup. And also email directly to Miyazaki and request the emblems, and he'll mail them to you. Yo, what up, Numa? Numa? I don't believe in setups for grapple swap. True, just YOLO it and pray. Yo, first try. More poisonous swamps at gmail.com. Yep. I don't know why it always buffers an extra jump there. Other surfaces never do that, but this one for some reason does. Look up. I guess there's no reason to rest before Dragon, actually, because we're going to have to rest, or we're going to have to travel after Dragon anyway, but whatever. Alright, I'm gonna make a save here for Dragon, because I know he can just be a jerk sometimes. He should be fine, because we have infinite attack power, but, you know, you never know. New test. 05, a Dragon. Sometimes. You know, 99% is sometimes. Unfortunately, still takes 4 hits for the Dragons. The 1 extra attack power did not cut the number of hits down to 3 for these guys, but not that that matters much. The worst start, classic. Okay, that's pretty nice. Listening. All right. This area is way more fun with enemy randomizer. No, it's the opposite of that. No, thank you. I'm still gonna do Immortal Severance restricted speedruns. Not currently, because this is like the new stuff. This is routing stuff. This is a brand new speedrun category. I think these are like some of the most fun times to do runs is when there's brand new stuff. Very exciting time to do stuff. So I'm gonna go back to Dilapidated. And then we make a save here to get ready to try out it for real. See if we can actually do it start to finish. And see how long it takes. See if it all works and we end up with all the right memories. It is pretty much Immortal Severance restricted though, but fun. Yeah, a lot of the same fights, a lot of the same stuff. Ah, I didn't get far enough away from him. That's so sad. Yo, what up, Kian? That'll do. Reverse 180, where you turn, but after the hit. Yeah. Oh, that was kind of bad. One more should do it as long as I aim it right. Beautiful. You have to walk up here and you have to go all the way reasonably into the cave before you can select it. And then I think this will work, although I might be too early, but we'll see. I want to see if this timing works. Splat. Hold backwards, dash back. Actually, maybe you didn't have to hold backwards. Maybe you could just run off, but... And then hopefully give drink will be perfectly timed here. Why am I alive? How am I... What? How am I alive? What? Huh? Iframes from opening the window. Oh, yeah. Okay, it is iframes from opening the window. So you have to do it right after opening the window, which is a little unfortunate. But okay, so let's say we set it up here. We go immediately after opening the window. Splat. Splat. Gotta wait till it's close on timing. There it is. And hopefully resting at this idol did not deload the previous idol. In theory, it shouldn't, but... Perfect. That's the one we wanted. Then we do Hanbei second, so we walk over...
Good luck, Mitch.
Here. Thank you for the good luck. All the way out here. And we would basically drop off immediately. Twice. I wasn't supposed to activate. I was supposed to select rest out of range. That's right. Forgot the order. All right, that's why I made a save. Because now I don't have a memory to dupe with. Forgot the order. That's why we're testing. If you can rest, you don't need dragons, droplet, nor Jizo. You can rest, but only at the Emma idol, so you can only use it once. So I think you still need the dragon's droplet. I don't think you need Jizo, though. I think. Hold on, let me consider. That's what do you mean? So, based on when you can rest. You can't rest after selecting the stuff for Emma. Otherwise, it will... I think it would change what your menuing is on. You have to go Emma immediately into the dupe. You can't rest at this idol, because otherwise... so when you're doing it for Hanbei, you still need to get your res back once. Because you can't rest at this idol... And you're not going to go back through the doors to go to Emma again. That would be silly. Only before third dupe, yeah. And at that point, the Dragon's Blood droplet, or the Jizo statue might be faster than resting. Unsure. Unsure if it would be faster or slower than resting at that point. If you do rest, though, you could also get contact medicine back, if that matters for anything. Can you lower your HP in Dilapidated Temple instead of outside Ashina Castle? Yeah, I just think this is the faster way to do that. I think. Maybe not. You're gonna have to at some point open this door anyway, so it's not really wasted time to do this, but... Uh-oh, that doesn't splat anymore. Okay, jump for the first one, because the walking cycle gets weird when you open the window. Basically, activate an idol during a death blow to get into a glitch state. Select Remember Memory. Leave the idol without closing the menu. It stores the menu. Go to another idol or dialogue source. And a different selection gives you different memories through the menu storage. Yeah, that's basically it. Dying and stuff is necessary, but not sure why. It's to prevent you from going back into the menu, because it's not being in a menu that gives you the right selection. It's selecting something in a menu that gives you the right selection. So if you selected something but then went back to the menu, it would be like you're no longer selecting anything. So you need to select it and then interrupt going back to the menu, and the way that you interrupt going back to the menu is by dying. To see Mage in action to connect the dots. Yeah, so you'll see first thing I'm doing is trying to do a death blow in range of an idol. Missed it slightly. My character's not going to pivot around to that. Gotta have him walk back here a little. This should work. So, this allows me to walk while selecting things in the idol. So I can walk out of range while selecting something in the idol. And then when I select it, nothing will happen because I'm out of range of the idol, but it will queue it up. So the next time I walk in range of the idol, it will perform that action. Is the selection worth dying for? Of course. Double splat. Okay, you gotta wait longer than I expected there, but it's fine. Ended up getting it. So that swaps the selection of what the menu thinks you're selected on. So when we go back in range, it knows that a memory usage was stored, but I swapped the selection. So it selects a different memory to use. So then I go out of range of the idol. I think you do travel. You do something that takes you into a submenu, is what you do. So I select travel while out of range, and it'll store it. Walk back in range. Yeah, get out of that. Queue up another memory usage. Make sure I'm out of range towards Hanbei. Select talk. Die again. Go back in range. Get the remnant for Ape. Move out of range again towards Emma. Select it. Because it looks complex and we kind of have to think a bit, but it's also really easy. Yeah, it's not actually hard to do in any way. And then we could rest if it's better than the Jizo. And gets us our contact medicine back, if that makes any difference in terms of, like, finding a fast contact medicine setup. We splat twice again. Or whatever setup we end up finding that's fastest. Yeah, I could do the contact medicine way earlier. Have plenty of time. Go to Ishin's parting words. That gives us True Monk Remnant. I can then confront memory for the Divine Dragon. And that should be all of the remnants. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And the 13th and final one will be Sword Saint Ishin then. So then we travel back to Kuro's room, and then we go from there. Glitch. Don't have fire, Ishin Remnant, liar. True. And that is the full idea. Do several memory duplications for memories that we don't have using swaps to create them out of thin air. And then we bloop. Yo, Spicy! Thank you for the raid. Welcome on in, Raiders. Yo, we are doing some brand new glitch and route shenanigans. Creating memories out of thin air for Sekiro. To technically achieve the goal of all memories. Without actually killing all the memory bosses. It's very weird, very silly, but like, pretty cool. We just did one kind of complete run through to see how it works. And it looks like it works, and I want to see how much attack power we also have for the final boss. You're just cheating. Basically, yeah. You got a problem with cheating? I wonder if I could have stayed in on that. I probably should have tried it for science, but oh well. For science. Did you figure out how to get specific memories from it like ape? Yes. Ari runners also cheat, so true. Oh, the one unlucky thing you can get. Come on, give me a lightning. Ishin? A lightning, please. Thank you. Ishin is cheating too. Yep. So we didn't really get to tell how much faster or slower the final fight was, but... What's the premise of the glitch? Is there like an underflow or something? No, although there is a way to use it to underflow to get infinite prayer beads or infinite skill points. So it will also be used in an all achievements speed run. You can also underflow your skill points so you don't have to farm them. You can just get 999 skill points. So it can be used for underflowing, but that's not the particular version that we are using here. We're using an index switch. Yeah, so... if I just leave Kuro, say bye for a second... actually, I could just activate the credits and then do it after. So, credits and... time! Whoopee! Whoop-a-loo-loo. Love a good underflow since Pokemon. Yeah, underflows are fun. So basically, the way that the memory system works in Sekiro is you select, I would like to use a memory. It then brings you up a list of the memories that you have. And any memory that you have, you can click on, and therefore it will use. And it will give you a remnant, which is basically your receipt. It says, yes, you've spent this memory. Here's your receipt that says you definitely had this memory at some point. Now you have the remnant. That way the game can basically keep track of which memories you had, because it needs to know which memories you had for, like, gauntlets and things. Which is why it thinks I can do gauntlets, even though we have not killed... We never killed Lady Butterfly, but it thinks I can do the gauntlet with Lady Butterfly because I have her remnant. So it thinks we killed her even though we didn't. Okay, anyway. So the menu just says, which one would you like to use? So if I get out of range of the idol, which we would have to do, that's like the tricky part, but there's a setup. But if you get out of range, when you select, I would like to use Sword Saint Ishin's memory, it will store, the idol will store, he was using a memory, and it was this one. It was number 10, let's say. I'm just making up a random number. If instead, while it says, yeah, use a memory, it's number 10, I go to a different idol, and I set up that same glitch again, and this time at this idol, I select rest, which is option 1, but I select rest while out of range of this idol. This idol will remember, he's supposed to rest when I get in range, or in other words, he's supposed to perform option 1. So the first idol thinks you're supposed to use a memory at option 10. The second idol thinks you are supposed to use option 1. But both of those are stored in the exact same spot in memory. So we have overridden the first idol thinking you were supposed to do option 10, and instead the game in total says you're supposed to do option 1. We go back to the first idol where a memory is queued up, and it says, I will use a memory for you. I will use option 1. So it would create Lady Butterfly's memory out of nowhere, even though you don't have it. It does not perform a check at this point to check that you have Lady Butterfly's memory. It just uses Lady Butterfly's memory that you do not have. Can you start the explanation over? I just tuned in. No. You can go back in the VOD. I think I get it now. I think I've seen something similar before. Yeah. I am going to be practicing it a bit, so you can watch it fully in action here as well. Yeah, this sounds illegal. Yep, correct. Okay, I'm going to unsplit the last split so that I can have a timer going. Hold on. Let me load it one more time. What is our starting time? I'm actually just going to clear all these times. I don't care about them. So we're starting at 33:29, and I want to see how long this takes to do. Okay, so the setup. We're going to push Hanbei over to the idol. This does take a little while. What does the death matter there? Did I miss something? So it's about the setup. I said, just set it up, and I glossed over that point. This is the actual setup. I'll show you how the actual setup works. The setup involves performing a death blow while in range of the idol and holding the interact button so that you use the idol while you are still in the middle of the death blow animation. So I push an enemy over, or in this case, he's kind of friendly. This guy is immortal. If you've played the game, you know. He longs for death. We will not give it to him. Okay, gotta... Hopefully this works. Just passed it. That should work. Okay, so now I get to move while using the idol. I'll be ready to use a memory. Then I'm going to walk out of range of the idol. which is pretty far into this cave. And now I press use memory. That idol now is storing two things. It's storing use a memory when I get back in range, and it's storing use the option for Divine Dragon's memory. I am then going to go die. And why am I dying? It's so that I can, instead of using an idol, because there's no enemy here that I could death blow next to this idol, I'm instead going to use Emma as though she were an idol, because Emma is a menu. Not a menu, a beautiful woman in Chinese, but a menu, so I can select give drink. Ah, I messed it up. I messed it up. I selected it a little bit too incorrectly. That's fine. I've got plenty of extra contact medicine, so I can try again. Well, now it is menu. See, I told you. I knew. Oh, okay. Well, mess it up again. Hold. I'm messing it up. This is why we're practicing. I haven't perfected it yet. Cool that this is just recently discovered. Yeah, very recently. Like a week and a half, 2 weeks ago. That all of this, like, we found the first bits of it that's like, wait, we can use this. So you always have to jump the first one. Otherwise, you don't get enough momentum. Yo, thanks for the good luck. Okay, splat twice for low health. All right, wait till we're low enough health. There we go. So that, on Emma, we selected an option and we died so that that option would be stored for the menu. If we had finished out talking to her and gone back to the menu, it would have, like, canceled out our selection. It wouldn't have stored that we were on selection that is, in this case, give drink. So now we have swapped our menu selection to give drink. So when we go back in range of the idol, where we had stored give me a memory, or use a memory, I guess, it doesn't work because I rested too much? Quit out? I don't think I quit out. In some way, I broke it. By failing it too many times, in some way, I deloaded the idol and broke it. So, idle warp? I didn't warp. All I did was... Oh, I did idle warp. I used the... yeah, never mind. All right, I broke it. It would have worked, but I forgot. I fell down. Oops, I fell. So, that's why we practice. That's why we practice. You cannot teleport using idle, yeah. My PhD did not prepare me for this stream. Okay, sorry, one more time. I'm gonna load it one more time so that we can get a timing. I'm gonna try to do one successful all the way run through so we can see how long it takes. I mean, not boning out broke it. Yeah, it was boning out. I forgot about that. I forgot that I boned out. It boned me. A little too close. Well, this will not be our fastest attempt yet of pushing Hanbei, but it's fine. Spacing this is also something that's going to take some practice so that you always get the correct death blow. Because you want to get the death blow from far enough away that it pushes him towards the idol without you having to back up in order to take the death blow. Like that. You want to do that every time. Okay. Push him past the idol. Okay, now he's very close though, so push him at the idol. There we go. That worked. All right. Bingo square idea, push Hanbei to an idol. Yeah, that's... There we go. Then I could get practice for it while we play bingo. It's the perfect crime. They'd never suspect that I'm only doing it for my own practice of speedruns. It'd be like, Mitch, how did you come up with this square? Wait till our health is quite low. There we go. That should work. Okay, so then we get ready to select travel as we head to this ledge over here. We select travel and then hop off. The shinobi door works. Yes, yes it does. Okay, then we deactivate that. Get ready to memory. We walk out of range of it over here. I don't know exactly how far, but that should be good. We activate Hanbei. I think I should have used the contact medicine early. Oh, it got eaten. Yeah, now I'm gonna have to wait a while. So this was not optimal contact medicine usage. Select talk and die during it. Head back in range of the idol. Or we then get the Guardian Ape Remnant. Head back to Emma one more time. Best of luck with your practice. Thank you. Rest to get my revive back, because why not? It doesn't break it. Immediately poison. Hate when someone dies on me mid-conversation. So rude. Like, dude, I was talking. True. But I mean, they revive after, so like, it's fine. Wait till we're low health. Ishin's parting words, which is a longer dialogue, so we can activate it a little early before dying. Think I missed something? How is this a 40-minute category now? Well, it's supposed to be actually a 33-minute category. This is just like routing new stuff. But we duplicate memories now instead of fighting all the bosses. There it is. Use that, and then travel back to Kuro's room. And then we're ready to finish the game. And that took till then. That took... Oh no. Crag. Crag. We need to do all of that in under 6 minutes, and it took me almost 7. Now, obviously, I didn't do it perfectly. But Crag! No! There's no way it ends up slower again slightly by a few seconds. Why do we need... Or why do we end on Emma again instead of doing... Emma Hanbei? I guess it wouldn't matter, but... Well, would there be a reason to do Emma Hanbei? Oh, I guess it's less walking. I guess it'd be a little faster Emma Hanbei. You're right, you're right. Emma Hanbei would be better. And then we end and then we warp. Okay, we'll do Emma Hanbei, but... I agree. Alright, let's see if we can do it faster this time. We have to do this in under around 6 minutes for this to be, like, faster than the old route. So here, let's try again. But yeah, too close, yeah. Let's try to do it. Let's try to do it perfectly. Let's try to get a well-timed version. Definitely more comfy. It's kind of less comfy because the boss fights are so easy in the alternate route. The alternate route is just like a free category. This one, you actually have to do some shenanigans, and you have to do it well to get a good time. The only thing that's maybe a little tricky in the other category is like True Monk Phase 1 skip, but... It's a little unfortunate that one of my attacks missed. That should work. Nicely done. All right, as fast as possible. Emma Hanbei. Yo, what up, Nick? Okay. So then we'll do a rest between first Emma and second Emma. That should be fine. I don't know if this is faster than using the Jizo, but are not fast enough if you contact medicine before opening the window. You get too many iframes from opening the window and you don't die. It skips too many ticks of the contact medicine and it barely runs out. Although we could use an extra contact medicine, there's almost certainly a way to make it work, but like, I have not yet figured out how to make it work. But that's something we could test. So you could save a little time there by doing that a little better. But if we're gonna rest there, then you kind of just have to wait on this contact medicine a bit. No, you can't fall or else it doesn't work. Ah, I barely missed the stairs. But I mean, we're already 4.5 minutes in after only the first dupe. Ah, why is it taking so long? Doesn't feel like it should take this long. 4.5 minutes in. I mean, the Hanbei dupe. It's close. It's close. I don't know. I mean, I can come up with faster contact medicine stuff, but... yeah, the memory dupe itself is definitely very good. It's just whether this late night triple dupe is worth it. The early game, like 5 memory, 6 memory dupe, is mega worth it. It's just whether this late game one is. Okay. Yo, Emily Arts, thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome back to the bunch. Enjoy the emotes. Slightly too early. Please reach. Nice. There we go. Okay. That was a very fast Hanbei pushing. Optimal even. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to contact medicine very early. And then intentionally have it not quite kill me because I get too many iframes from opening the door. And say, that's okay. Because then I recontact medicine right here. Which, apparently if you recontact medicine while it's already going, it does nothing. But recontact medicine right here. Oh, it's so close. I can almost get to drink. There's got to be a way to make that work. What if you... What happens if you hold down while talking to Emma? No, you get Ishin's parting words. Actually, that would work, though, but... I think that would be too slow. Do it before door for more iframes. I can try. I can try. I'll just test the health setup. I don't need to retest, like, the whole glitch. I guess technically the glitch is still active, but... let's see if that works. So if I were to contact medicine here... Flippy flip. Yeah, this seems like it would work. Oh, except I don't have the door open anymore, so I have to retest it. Let's not care about pushing Hanbei this time, but let's just test the medicine setup. Can I then use the contact medicine as I talk to Emma? Oh, that's actually really good. Yeah, that's really good, actually. Okay, awesome. And then is there any way to get a faster setup for the second time as we come back to Emma? The big problem being, if I'm gonna rest, then it's like, there's no faster time. All I can do is rest and then immediately contact medicine. So you might just have to lose some time there. I don't know if there's any way to take just a little bit of extra damage to go faster. I think there probably just isn't. But that's okay. Unless... let's say that you rested... popped contact medicine just so that it's active. Yeah, sugared. Then splat it. No, because then you lose less health on the splat because you use the yash. So it doesn't... okay, never mind. You'd have to yash and then get rid of yash. So you'd have to use 2 sugars and then... no, that doesn't really make any sense at all. Droplet for second Emma and rest for Hanbei. You can't rest for Hanbei. Because if you... there's no time that you could. Because after Emma, you need to not interact with the idol, unless I completely don't understand how the glitch works. But I believe you need to not go to idol after you die while talking to Emma. Otherwise it would mess up our selection. And you can't rest at the idol that we're doing the glitch at, otherwise it would break it, right? Yeah, right. Yeah. So you have to rest for the second Emma. Whichever one is the second Emma. You could do Emma third, but we think that's more walking. So, yeah, I think this is the only way you can do it. That does give you the 1 extra contact medicine that you need to make this strat work. Or actually, I guess 2 extra. Anyway, I need to be right back. I need to go to the bathroom real quick. BRB. I'm back. Okay, what was I doing? So we have to rest between... Well, if we want to use double contact medicine, we have to rest at some point between Emma 1 and Emma 2. Amazing how people find these glitches. Yeah, I mean, totally by accident to start. Ideally, the window iframe's enough. Just spam the mouse button on appearing option. I mean, I guess. It's just, you know, you could lose your entire run by just not being barely fast enough. At least for a first set of runs, I wouldn't really want to do that. I mean, I'm not even worried necessarily about the spamming the click. It's more about getting through the dialogue fast enough, because you have to rhythm your way through the dialogue. And my dialogue mashing is just not perfect. Beautiful. This poor guy, he can't die, but he longs for death. Oh, forgot to use the contact medicine. Okay, well, I guess we're doing the, only window iframes then. We'll see if I succeed. I don't know where on the screen the spot is for it. You also have to wait for the contact medicine to expire if you do this method. You can't get your mouse to the spot because it doesn't, you don't have free mouse while you're going through dialogue. You can turn the camera. So no, I actually just don't think it works. I don't think the menu options come up fast enough for you to be able to do it. I think you have to do the double iframe. I think. Wouldn't be surprised if some of these are leaked by devs themselves. I don't know why that's a thing that people say. The devs don't know about this glitch. The devs have a much lower chance of ever finding this glitch than we do. With, you know, between all of us, we have played this game, orders of magnitude more hours than the devs have. Thank you, Miyazaki, for this glitch. Yeah, but like, it was not put in intentionally by the devs, and they definitely never found it. Like, if a glitch was found, you know, within the first week, and it's like a dev was like, hee, we did find this during testing, it's like, okay, yeah. But like, 7 years down the line, it only comes from millions of people having played for, you know, tens of hours each. To hundreds, or in some cases, thousands of hours each. Calling the devs right now. Oh, he blocked me from getting the idol. That was almost it. First try. There we go. That'll work. There's some people who are dedicated to find glitches only. Yep. I mean, probably both on a dev team, but also just in general. That's something that some people just really enjoy doing. I wonder if this is too early. No, it's actually just about perfect. Yeah. As long as you double medicine, that's just about perfect for the first one. Maybe I could do that one before going back through the revolving doors. Oh, wait, no, this isn't... Well, this could work if we choose not to rest. No, but I have to rest to get the contact medicine back. This doesn't work. Okay. Yeah, we have to rest and then contact medicine after. Yeah, okay. Okay. You have to rest for the second one. What does this glitch do? It creates memories out of nothing. We could probably give it some reference name about, you know, implanting memories or something, but... Does routing in Tonto help with anything? Nope. Psychosis. Hallucination glitch. Memory glitches with dog. There are multiple ways to set it up. As long as you have an enemy that you can push at an idol. To death blow it while you're in range of an idol. Total Recall. Okay, that was quick. Isn't playing keyboard and mouse hard? Exactly as hard as controller. Arguably, maybe easier, but like, not really. It's just the same. Okay, I used the contact medicine a little bit late there. I could have used it a bit earlier, but that's fine. Need to rest for this one. Splat. Oh, yeah, you could Yash. Yeah, I mean, it would. And then, yeah, when resting makes the Yash wear off, but keeps you at half health currently. So, yeah, you could use a Yash to save a bit of time. We could then use an Akko on Genny instead of a Yash on Genny. Taunting, routed Tonto to damage yourself. I mean, I guess you could. It's only one fall time save, not worth it probably. Well, it's gets you lower health than a fall does. So it would be less waiting after the contact medicine. Because a fall does less than half, whereas Tonto or Yash does exactly half. That's like pretty close on the timing. That's not bad for the contact medicine there. And then while still at the menu, we warp to Kuro's room. Okay, that was just barely under 6 minutes. And that's not counting that I had to run over to Hanbei. So it's just over 6 minutes in total, currently. It's so close! Going for Gyolo is worth it in the route, so you don't have Akko. Sure. But it's just whether Akko would be worth it on Genny versus Gyolo on Genny. Maybe if you get Gyolo, it's worth it to dupe one more time, whereas if you don't get Gyolo, it's not worth it to dupe, or whatever. You know, they're like, figuring out the damage isn't that hard. Here for the hydrate. But I mean, at least we got one that is barely under 6 minutes, which was the goal. If we could get it under 6 minutes, then in theory it should save time. In theory. And now how do you end? Now we go and we fight Ishin kind of as normal. I mean, I say as normal, we air swim to him, but then, you know. Perfectly normal, yeah. Is this your ending? No, this does Immortal Severance ending. I hate that opener so much. Is there anything you can do against that? Or is it just like, rip? Because obviously you want to be attacking there, but if he just backs up, you're just screwed. Sleep today? What do you mean? These are awake hours. What do you mean? Can you do a lightning, please? Yeah, you get the full... Huh? I don't think I understand. Comcast. Okay, so let's see how fast it could be if I used a Yash to health setup. Oh, Fire Ishin. Oh, yeah. How would you get Fire Ishin from this? Okay, not perfect, but one extra death blow isn't too bad. About Dragon Rot from Emma to get the thing to cure Dragon Rot. Oh, wait, and that's just Fire Ishin? It would just be one more Emma? Or no, at the idol, you're saying. That was selected in the idol. Wait. I have to use the Yash before the door because you can't use it in the room. Right? Yeah, you can't use it once you put the thing away. Okay. But let's see anyway. This could be Archie Deathlink tech. What? How so? So you do this, then you rest to both get your stuff back as well as... Oh, wait, resting doesn't get rid of Yash? I thought it did. I mean, you could Yash and then double splat. And then that would get you halfway closer on the contact medicine, but... I thought you'd get the Yash to run out. There's probably a way to, though, actually. You probably double splat the first time. Then use Yash. Wait, there's a way. Hold on. I can simulate. I don't have to redo the whole thing. The first time... No, I do have to redo at least part of it. Hold on. Know someone about to die? Then you set this up. Oh, you start talking to somebody as somebody else deathlinks you? Honestly, yeah, maybe. Okay, so the first one would go contact medicine. Double splat. Yeah, sugar. Contact medicine when it runs out. Give drink, almost perfect timing. And then I have to get all of this done before the Yash runs out. Oh, but it ran out there. No, so it doesn't work. Okay. Alternative plan. Yash. Right now, just after going through this. Would get refilled from the idol. Would activate it again. Let's just assume that that was approximately the correct timing for it. Rest while still yashed. It wears out. That might work, actually. Splat once, and then we should be a lot closer on the health for Emma. I could even have used contact medicine earlier. Make our way inside. Ishin's parting words. Okay, yeah. That definitely saves a good bit of time. That might save more than the time of using Yash on Genny. Alternatively, we could Yash Genny, we could Akko Dragon like we originally thought. And then that saves us a Yash. If we don't Yash Dragon. I think that would work. Let me try it with the actual glitch this time so we can see if it works. Finally made it to your PC. Let's go. Dash plus 1 fall is the same HP as 2 falls. It is not. It is much lower health. It is half of the health. As long as you get the Yash to expire before the fall. It's what's the relation of x minus y to half of x minus half of y? I forgot to use the contact medicine before turning through the wall. Oopsie doopsie. Oh, this is a sequence to remember. This is a sequence and a half to remember. Okay. So, bop. Bop. Gets him to turn around. I do wonder if duping one less memory, because I did dupe an extra memory. I do wonder if duping one less memory would give me 3 hits on Hanbei per. Because we're only doing barely over half his health per. Oh, no, but we're doing way over half his posture. Never mind. I think the posture is what matters here, so one less memory would make no difference. Maybe Yash here. No. We need it to last through resting at the idol. Worry not. I think I've got it under control. Didn't work. Went slightly too far. Okay, that works. Oops. We're accidentally crouching, which I cannot fix. Okay, good. Putting the sword away fixed it. Okay. Splat. Splat. Okay, that's good. And then we ready to use the Yash. Before it ends up memorying us, so we probably do like dash into Yash use. We immediately do that. We go back as fast as we can to make sure we get the rest off in time. We rest with half health so that when the Yash expires, we come over here. Nice. Now we're at half health, but with higher max health. We then contact medicine as soon as we splat. We probably could have used it between the first and second splat for perfect timing. But yeah, that's definitely faster. We then come over here. Jump off twice to get low enough health. Set up like this. Activate this. Immediately contact medicine. I used it a little bit late. While waiting for him, we pop the Dragon's Blood droplet while we're just waiting. Select talk. Get the remnant. Use the memory. Travel back. Alright. Simple enough. I actually beat my previous time that we did, and this was like a bad run where I was like thinking about things. Okay, yeah, so that's solid. We're at least getting faster. And then you would go and do the thing. And you'd fight Ishin. Okay, so it's just whether that is worth more time than using a Yash on either Genny or Dragon. I still think Yash is best used on Dragon, but I might just be completely mistaken. I don't know how many attacks you need either way. I mean, I think we can test the difference in wait times. Can we? Okay, let's try to test the difference in wait times of how long it takes to die. So let's go 40 is our start. How long does it take with no Yash?
ブロスよ。一心様より託されたものがあります。
When do we die?
あなたに渡すようにと。ですが。
19. 4119. So it took 39 seconds. $16 seconds minus 3 seconds using Yasha should be 13 seconds. However, you can't use the contact medicine as early. It's actually too much time. Like, you would die too early, I believe. So, I believe instead you would... I'm gonna fake it by just using the Yash and waiting till it expires, but effectively we would end up starting from the same spot. Also, is it a full 3 seconds to use Yash? That's wild. Okay, so we'll go from 30. 30 is our start. Let's splat once. Contact medicine. Splat. Oh, we only need to splat once. I'm a silly Billy. And then you go in. So you can do it right before splatting. Okay, okay. I forgore. Me when I forgore, I'll load the save that has the Yash again, so we can try it again. Okay, and we're just gonna test out the HP. I'm not actually gonna do the full setup. So Yash. Here, let me just use it early so it'll expire early. I don't think Yash takes 3 seconds to use, does it? This is quite a process. It's wild. You just have to come up with ideas and test them. I will need this open because we're testing the last one where it would already have been open. Okay. 34:20. Oh, well, whatever. Close enough, pretend. 45. 20 to 45. 25 instead of 39? That can't be... That can't be right? That's too much time saved? But that is a lot of time saved. But that should be it, right? I just didn't... I mean, I didn't talk to her beforehand, but that doesn't matter. The death time was 25 instead of 39. 14 second save. So I guess minus the Yash time because I didn't count that. So if using Yash... So it is almost the 16 seconds that you said. It is actually almost the 16 seconds. I mean, that's got to be way more worth it than using Yash on any of the fights, right? Like, I can't imagine Genny takes 16 extra seconds if you don't have Yash. Like, that would be absurd. The entire fight lasts the duration of a Yash with it. So, yeah. So if we Akko'd Genny, that would definitely be faster. Or we could Akko Dragon if that's more optimal. But what if we get YOLO? Well then... So? But then we just don't, Akko Geni. Because YOLO still saves less time than this does, right? This still saves more time than YOLO does. So... either YOLO is worth it because the Akkos are not worth it, or YOLO is not worth it because the Akkos save enough time. Either way, this is still worth it. So there's our real time save. With this specifically, with using the Yash in order to get a more optimal health setup so that we can do all of them as fast as possible, this is now definitively faster than the other route, I'm pretty sure. Not by a lot, by like 20 seconds or something, but like, hey, that's good enough. That's something. It's actual time save, finally. If the math that Umnik did was correct, that you did was correct of, it just needs to be faster than 6 minutes. It is faster than 6 minutes, just not by a ridiculous amount. Okay, well. Is that everything I need to do a full run? Probably not. It's probably never enough. Infinite things to check, but... we could pretend it's enough and we could try out a full run anyway. Well, actually, before we do a full run, let me do a full walkthrough of the dupe here. I also counted dragon fight difference. Because I don't know how slower it is. Okay. I was doing one extra dupe here so that dragon would be the same. And that Geni, I was saving a hit with Yash, but... I'll have to write those steps down, yeah. So we could do the extra dupe, and then we could Akko dragon. Okay, hold on. I guess one more thing to test first. How fast is Akko dragon? As long as Akko dragon is good. I think we just Akko dragon, we keep Yash on Geni, because it does make a really nice fight. And then... yeah, it should be alright. We make the save. Thank you for the hydrate. Dragon is 2 less AP because we don't have Owl, Ape, True Monk. Good point, actually. But we do have the same amount as what I was doing in the previous double dupe at Emma route, where I was killing Ape. Honestly, that's not bad at all. I mean, I got very lucky there, but like, that's not bad in the slightest. All right. We're doing up so early late? I'm always up at this time. What do you mean? This is my normal streaming hours. That's what I'm doing. I'm streaming. I'll have to write those steps down. Yeah, probably. Let me just go directly from this, and I guess I'll just have a timer running, into the next steps. Yo, thanks, Rainbow Aaron. And then I just head over here. Make sure I'm all the way behind him before I start attacking so I can push him in the correct direction. Seems to say your name? That's fantastic. Let's go. I didn't feel like it was that hard to say. The letters were all in their proper places. Never get the grapple to work on this dragon. You have to hold forward while up in the air doing the big lightning strike at him. Just the whole time. You just never have to stop holding forward. No.
Faves.
Hey bro, Aaron, thank you for the sub. Welcome back to the bunch. Enjoy the emotes. Let's go. That should work. Nice. Okay, let's see if I remember all the steps. Gotta go just past this. There we go. I forgot one of the steps already. That was already one of the steps. You do the contact medicine before the rotatey wall. Lamau. Maybe when I mess up literally the first step. Alright. Hey.
Yep, not good.
Well, let's see if I can get all the rest of the steps, because there's still, they're still a little complicated from here. No! Do I die now because of that? Yeah, I remember the steps, but then I messed up the steps. I just jumped under the window instead of hitting it. Close, though. Let's do it again. Those speedruns feel like a fever dream, especially glitch speedruns. Yeah, this basically is a fever dream. That's basically what this is. Nice. I have to back up for that one. All right, one more should do it. Do need to go kind of at the idol though, like that. Nice. Good salvaging. I'm getting very good at getting that, which is awesome. Make sure to do this before the rotating door. Nice. We need a no Hanbei abuse category. No. That's every other category. We have enough of those. We deserve one Hanbei abuse category. As a treat. Or the GameStop got a whole bunch of promotional stuff for this game. Oh, using the random perks of a GameStop employee. Free systems as a manager. Nice. Nice. And we immediately yash. We rest before we can think about contact medicining. We do only the one fall. Oh, we barely make it. Perfect, perfect timing there. No, don't press that button. Ah, I messed up the last bit. Okay. Well, I got through 2/3 of it. 2/3 of it successful. Does it watch while I'm gaming? So it's interesting to hear your strats. Hey. I do like to talk through a lot of the stuff that I do. Okay. This time we get it, surely. That was a little bad, but that's fine. 2/3, that's a passing grade. You know, not really for a speedrun. That's... 3/3 is kind of the minimum, actually. You kind of actually have to finish it. Nice. Okay. Let's put lots of Elden Ring. Have you played any Dark Souls games? I have played all of them, but only casually, only normally. I have not speedran any of the Dark Souls games. It would be cool to learn them at some point, but... I'll be honest, I kind of worry that, learning them too well will take away a little bit of the magic of them. Normally, I don't think speedrunning takes away the magic of playing, you know, the games, but, like... I worry that they're not as good as my nostalgia says that they were. And that just by playing them again a lot, I'll be like, wait, these games weren't that good. When they're currently like some of my favorite games of all time. Don't use it until after the idol. What about Armored Core? I've only played Armored Core 6. It was a lot of fun, though. Now I should have plenty of time for this. I say plenty of time, but you know, like an extra small bit of time to activate it. Don't use the memory this time. Ah. Fall. Fall. Whoops. Accidentally crouched, so now this takes 8 years longer than it should. Remember to use the Dragon's Blood Droplet. It's a pretty good timing. It's a pretty good timing on Hanbei as well. It could be improved by a couple seconds, but like that's not bad. And then travel. 39:10. That's way better than our previous ones. Yeah, so this does save time. Just not a forever amount. Alright, have a good one, Pigmeat. Improvement is do not crouch. Yes, improvement is do not crouch. But even with the crouch, this was still pretty darn good. So, we're winning? I think we're winning. I think we're winning, Crag. We should be winning. It took a lot of health setups to find how to make it winning, but I think we are finally winning. Depends on the game for speedrunning. If speedrunning requires hard braking, then it's not as interesting. That's the speedrunning part. I don't care if the speedrunning for Dark Souls 1 or 2 or 3, although I don't think I would do 2. If the speedrunning for Dark Souls 1 or 3 sucks, I don't care. What I'm worried about is that in attempting to learn how to get good at Dark Souls 1, I'll be like, oh yeah, and these hitboxes suck, and this is jank, and this doesn't work well, and this sucks, and the bosses, you know, are actually all really boring and slow and uninteresting, and actually, you know, that's what I'm worried, is like learning that the game sucks. I don't care if the speedrun sucks. I'll do it anyway just because I'm like, I don't care, I'll just, whatever. I've done speedruns that suck. I'm worried about learning that the game sucks and being like, going back in my mind and being like, is this even one of my favorite games anymore? That's what I'm worried about. Do it while leaving some magic. Playing them a while might be fun, but the difficulty maybe takes it to another level. I don't know. I have a few beers. I've had a few beers. Heresy, DS1 is the best game ever. Yeah, surely. I mean, I really like DS1. At least in my nostalgia brain, DS1's real good. Name is old, so I get why parts of it might be bland on repeat. I don't care about... It's like, I just have a very analytical brain. I am like, okay, how does this actually work? Is this actually well constructed and put together? And like... I mean, I kind of know that DS1 isn't well put together. That's kind of like... not even a secret. That's kind of just like, yeah. Yep, no, yeah, true. And I guess I'm just worried that seeing up close how it's not put together well, I'll be like, oh, I don't know if I can get over this. Alright, I guess we can try a full run, and I'll probably mess that up at the end, but like, whatever if I do, you know? What if I mess it up, I mess it up. It is what it is.
Good luck, Mitch.
Oh, thank you for the good luck. Wow, that was a bad tutorial, but whatever. So nostalgic that some people let that be more impactful than it is. Probably. I mean, there is something to be said of just like, okay, it might not hold up today, but like, At the time it came out, there was nothing really like it. Even Demon Souls isn't really like Dark Souls 1. Like it is. It's the second, you know, closest thing we had at that point. Or I guess the closest thing that's not itself or whatever. But it may not hold up to the test of time. I feel like DS3 will hold up better. Probably still not perfectly, but better. Sub 30 incoming. Well, we don't save that much time with this route. It probably is. Even if I get a pretty good run, it probably just won't even beat Wormdog's time. Just because I still have some learning to do. And I'll probably, you know, mess up Ogre Skip once or twice. I'm almost certainly not going to hit Double Canyon. I'll go for it, miss it, and there goes all the time that we would save with the alternate routing. We do not need the Jizo. Okay, second try Ogre Skip. That ain't bad. Running through games gets a bit tough at times. I don't really feel that if you're speedrunning. Because what you're doing isn't running through the game again. The game isn't the interesting part. It's the learning and the improving that's the interesting part. And you're not learning again or improving again. You're learning for the first time and improving for the first time. Oh, missed Double Canyon. Classic. But yeah, it is a different perspective than just playing it. That's more we keep streaming today, so I can plan my things accordingly. Probably around 2-ish more hours. It's usually around where I end. Depends on if I spontaneously get tired, or if I'm spontaneously so motivated that I want to stay up way too late, which I shouldn't. Oh, is this Gyolo? It is! Just kidding, he doesn't fall though. Gyolo never works for me anymore. It's been a long while since Gyolo has ever worked for me, so I think even if I get Gyolo, I'm just gonna go for the Akko from now on, because, like, it just, I don't know, something about it doesn't work anymore. Used to work, no longer works. Couldn't tell you why. Someone will figure out what the secret to Gyolo is, but I don't remember it, so. Yeah. What time zone generally? Just curious. I'm in United States Pacific time zone.
お前もう一度これを手にこの色紙
Yo, Peachy, thank you for the raid. Welcome on in, Raiders. We've got a very absurd run here that we're doing, that we're trying to get good-ish at. Oh, I fit the prosthetic, right? Prosthetic is this, and then this. Okay. And then we immediately travel back. Okay, I'm trying to remember the route, so I'm not worried about too much about time loss because I just need to remember the route, most importantly. The route, yeah, well, thank you for the good luck. There's the dog. Always rest so that we don't have a guy randomly camping the idol when we come back. And this is our new glitch, by the way, for all the raiders. This is our memory duplication glitch that I am setting up. It requires an idol and another menu. In this case, I'm using 2 idols. The second idol could be replaced with other things potentially, but this idol is the most convenient second menu to use. Okay, the dog did the bad attack. I need the other attack. Get down here. Thank you. Set it up again. Ah, missed. Not quite. Gotta rest again. Gotta do it again. This would be a giant time loss that would lose us the run, but I'm just kind of making sure the route works, so it's fine. Wrong attack again, Mr. Dog. Down here. I'm really unlucky on this. Oh, went past it again. I need to stand a little further back. Hey, stop doing the wrong attack, dog. 3 for 3 on the bad attack. That's rarer. 4. Aye. 5. Come on. You never do that attack normally. He did the good attack, but I wasn't even expecting it because he did the bad attack so many times. Okay, bad attack again. Thank you. Cool. Awesome. Oh, this is great. Hey, you just missed with the good attack? All right. Nah, yeah, this is really nice. This is just what I wanted. There we go. That'll work.
Come on, dog, behave. They're watching.
They're watching. All the raiders are watching. And now I can just create the memories out of thin air. I just created the Demon of Hatred's memory, so I don't have to go fight him. Big time save. And then I do one extra dupe, which is probably unnecessary and probably slightly slower, but we have not timed that yet, so we don't know if it's slower or not. Okay, but there is all the memory duplication done. What's going on with the memories? We are creating them out of nowhere. We take one memory that we have and we turn it into as many memories as we want of different specific types depending on the menus we have access to. Okay. That was very rude. Okay, I did get the purchase off in time. I don't need the bite down. Can you do Demon of Hatred twice or like 10 times? Yup. You could do it 99 times. Die on purpose here so that we will have our resurrection available. You can grab to the branch earlier instead of walking to the idol. How? Yeah, this is correct. I thought I messed it up and I was like, nope, that's right. Spot I can go from, I can check where I'm doing that. Okay. Grab the monkey booze. Don't think you need 1,000 sen money bag. I don't know. I did forget to scoop up. No, you're probably right. As long as I remembered to scoop up Snake Eyes money, you're probably right. I just forgot to do that. That's already 43 emblems. Yeah, no, we have plenty without it. You're totally right. You're totally right. Even with purchasing, we have plenty without. Instead of having to do the Shura ending to get the Ishin memory, can you get it? Oops. them all in one and still get the achievements. I don't know about achievements. I don't know how the achievements would work or not work with this glitch, but okay, so let's say we go Yash, or no, we go, yeah, let's go Yash, Healing Gourd. No, not Healing Gourd. Yash, money. Well, I guess it would be Yash, Ash, Snap, down to money. Would probably be what I would do here. I'm just gonna bulging coin purse for this one, but in future I know that I don't need it. Oh yeah, so I guess I would equip Healing Gourd because... yeah, I don't need 143 emblems. Yeah, we'll be fine. Alright, and then we teleport... to the castle. Yo, Rainbow Aaron, yo, thank you for the gifted sub. Let's go. Let's go. Doesn't seem like we're gonna have to buy emblems because we need 45, 47 with shurikens on the dogs only. And do we have enough? Do we just have enough? We kill... Snake Eyes gives us some. Doesn't nothing else give us enough? Oh, right. And this is swim through the mountains since this is just IS restricted swimming. We just go straight there. Not many are on the way, but it feels like we get a lot on the pathing. I feel like it feels like we get almost none on the pathing. We don't even swim by the ones on the way to Ape in the air swim here anymore. I feel like we get like none on the pathing. But I mean, I could be wrong. I don't pay that close of attention to the emblems. And then we go... So in theory, I would already have the Healing Gourd, but I would replace Dragon's Blood Droplet and Contact Medicine, and then we're set for the rest of it. And then... But I could just also just purchase the Spirit Emblems here if I need them, because I wouldn't need that many. In theory, I don't know. How many did I buy? 140 something, so I would have 20-ish around. 20-ish, you know, backup. I mean, 20-ish would not be enough, but if there's a few more along the way, maybe. I think you would have to buy a few, but I don't think you would need the money bag for sure. Hello? Hello? Please don't double back off. Are you kidding me? All right, Genny. Okay, sure. Yeah, man. Okay. What's my best time finishing this game? 1826 or something. With a bunch of glitches, of course. It does suck that if Genny just double backs off, you are just mega screwed. And then it's Wedding Cave door. Can Shuriken because 4 emblems? Yeah, but like it still just would lose so much time. That should work. My first time seeing this run, what's going on? Shenanigans is what's going on. Lots and lots of shenanigans. Watch these shenanigans. Shenanigans. Easy. Don't need to rest for Dragon, but it sure is scary not to. Any meme lightning strikes and the run would just very die. Yo, thank you for the good luck. Run is already dead anyway. What? I'm not saying that the run is not dead because this is a practice run. What makes a practice run dead is not being behind. What makes a practice run dead is not being able to continue. I think we'd do another half. A little too far. That's okay. And without resting, without grabbing an idol here, yeah, possible that if we had to do the whole air swim again, it just like wouldn't be worth our time, so. Gotta do a good dragon. The true can air swim IRL? Well, I mean, those are just rumors. You really want to believe some rumors like that? Okay, nice. Okay, that works. Oh, unlucky. Oh, it is on the other side. Well, I can't get to it in time then. Oh, unlucky. Just again? You're just doing the worst attack for a second time. Okay. No, that's cool. No. And the lightning double stacked on the same spot. The same, I remind you, worst possible spot. Okay, but whatever. Hooray, ahead. A lot of dupes left to do, but momentarily kind of ahead. Okay, we go immediately to Hanbei, that's right. So I was a little too close there. Work. Easy first try. Nice. Make sure to use contact medicine before this. I thought about it. I was like, do I use contact medicine before? Yes, I do. Okay. Splat. Don't crouch. Yeah, thanks. Okay, nicely done. Remember to yash here. Rest before thinking about contact medicining. Contact medicine and cancel it going out the window so that I can get a shorter animation on it. Perfect timing. I make that really scary for myself currently, but it works, so. Do not crouch. Do not crouch. Such a short window on that? Intentionally so. We try to make it a very short window so that we're not wasting time. Do not crouch. Very efficient. I forgot to Dragon's Blood Droplet! One step. One step removed from a new PB. I forgot the droplet. Ah! Well, you know, you gotta make the mistakes once so that it sticks in your brain. Because otherwise we were done then, we had all of our dupes, and then it's just on to Ishin, and it shouldn't take 5 minutes to kill Ishin, so we would have actually had a new PB. even with all the, like, waiting around and not doing stuff. So, okay. The route works. He forgot. He forgot. All right. Once more. But yeah, I mean, the route seems pretty good. The most mitching you've ever seen? That was not that much mitching. That was a small amount. We've had way more than that. Switching's French challenge. Yeah, that's probably, yep. What did I even say there? Ah, I forgot the dragon's blood droplet. I gave like one sentence. All right, have a good night. Yeah. Alright, still do not need the Jizo. Jumped from kind of a weird spot. Nice. Hey, now there's a started run. Speed. Little double canyon for the fans. There will still probably be somewhere in this run that, you know, it all falls apart, but like right now, well, that loses way more time than Double Canyon would have saved. Worm is doing 2 MDs on phase 1 dragon. Right. I don't know if I have enough for that. I don't know how much time that saves. I don't know how much time a Mortal Draw saves on phase 1 versus phase 2. What? How did that not make it? Well, I'm washed. Alright, whatever. Okay, he fell early. That's nice. It should just be 1 extra lightning for phase 2. Because he finishes with 1 lightning. Yeah. And then just travel back. Alright, last time it took us several tries to get this dog in position, so all we gotta do is get this in fewer tries than that. Nice, it worked. I was unsure if that one was going to work. Is it here? Aha! It's there. Stream is dying. That does happen. It looks like it's alright now, though. I don't know. Uh-oh. I don't know why it wouldn't go forward. I was holding forward, but Sekiro was just not drifting forward whatsoever. It was very weird. Still a reasonable enough run to continue. I didn't lose that much time. John Sekiro. Whoa! Yo. What up, Ahopiak?
Hydrate.
Awkward time to request a hydrate. We got some parkour to do. Whew. Toughest boss down, yep. Could have been a disaster there. Healing gourd. Yash. It's a little late on that snap. Hopefully it still works. It does. Travel to castle. Okay. It's a little weird. Good, good. Now, how will our monkey skip be? Just a frame perfect input and then very, very precise camera. Oh, I went for the full YOLO. Ah, not precise enough. Got the one frame, not precise enough. There we go. Okay, that's not bad. That's not bad. We take those.
Nani?
抜こ
And then bop, bop. Increase attack power while we're here. And travel back. There we go. Is this the worst category to run? No, I actually think it's kind of chill. I mean, it's got a lot of parts of worst categories, but then it's also got a lot of interesting stuff and like new stuff and unique stuff and stuff that's quite frankly kind of, you know, easy and chill. So there's times where you can just kind of relax in it, which is neat. And you don't have to do double death blow, most importantly. Hey! That could have got real scary if that did not finish him off. could have got real scary. But it's just enough. Hello there. Immortal Severance is still the worst because of double death blow. Yeah. What can be more relaxing than swimming? True. That's gold. You get so much damage. We've copied a ton of memories. We've got memories we should not have yet. That should work. Never saw the duplication thing. It's brand new. Well, as of like a week or two ago. Explain how to do the memory dupe thing? Not succinctly. Use a death blow on an enemy near an idol so that you can interact with the idol while still in the death blow so it doesn't force you to sit down. This lets you move while using the idol, which lets you go out of range and then select something, so it'll queue up for when you go back into it. And then you have to do some menu manipulation by doing that multiple times to get the menu to use the wrong idol, or the menu to use the wrong memory from the idol. That's as short as I can say it. And even that feels like overly long. Post a video on YouTube about the memory dupe as a clip on your stream. I know you've explained it 1,000 times at this point. I have not. I should. I guess it wouldn't even really necessarily need to be like that edited. Okay, I went a little too far. There's the fish. I'm always scared of not going far enough, so I always go too far. Because if you go not far enough, you hit a death plane and you die. But if you go too far, you just have to back it up after. dead run. If you drift even slightly too far right where you contact his neck, it's just an instant death, and then we have to redo like 5 minutes of swimming. Rip. That's why you rest. You could for safety. You certainly could. In these runs that are not on world record pace anyway, I certainly could just rest. And not risk it all. But I also just have to get better at fighting dragon. I just don't know how to properly position myself to make that not happen. So arm punch the head dive after triple vertical slam? You had no idea it was possible. Yeah. Yeah, if you don't need the lightnings, you don't want to go out and like do the lightnings, and instead you want to get the head dive, yeah. Or do you mean you didn't know it was possible, like, to get there in time? But... Wait, the head dive after... Oh, that's what you mean, wait, is what you mean. Yeah, no. I think I did see Worm do that, and I was like, oh. Yeah, I didn't know that was possible. That's a slightly different move, but... Yeah, also, would be really good to know how to punish. I mean the actual head dive move. Yeah. The follow-up to the triple slam. Yeah, that one's very interesting. I don't know how to do that. Alright, surely first try ogre skip, first try double canyon, right? Well, second try ogre skip ain't bad at all. Darn. 1 frame late. Alright, this can still be a decent start. As long as I don't mess up this. Looks good. I'm so glad that we changed the live splits to no longer give you the stutter steps that it used to have. Those things were brutal for things like bull skip. Alright. Change of route is why it looks like we're behind. We're not actually behind like that.
これを手にそしてこの色質かお前
Alright, time to dupe those memories. Your house or mouse moving out of screen during pop-ups, but it's not as bad. Well, that used to happen more before it was changed, I feel like. I'm pretty sure. Whoa, the fastest dog of all time? Since you started running on Linux. Oh, I didn't know how that would change it. Okay, well, that's not great. Okay. That's fine. Easy first try. Nice. And then one probably unnecessary extra. All right. Not the Comcast. You still recognize the Comcast logo now. No. You don't want that burned into your brain. Does it also work if the idol was not newly discovered? I'm not entirely sure what you mean by that, because the idols aren't newly discovered. We make sure to, like, touch them beforehand. Or maybe you mean if they are newly discovered, in which case, no, it does not. You have to have interacted with the idol beforehand, so you can actually get to the menu part of it, and you're not, like, you know, in the just touching it and lighting it part. Okay. I did not have that made. No, that was just added. That we just added an existing emote. Okay. Yingling, that. Went a little far around there. Luckily, 4 ash is free. No, seeds and ash definitely go in that order on keyboard and mouse. The, scrolling through the inventory is, like, backwards. You guys are circling with the same joke. He's so good at explaining things, right? He should be a teacher. Yeah, he should be a teacher because he's so good at explaining things. I know, he's so good at explaining things. He should be a teacher, right? Nice. Nani? That's a real chicken and the egg situation there. Perfectly scripted. With no terror in my heart every single time or anything. Just very easy and definitely is going to work and not get me killed. All right, have a good one, Gino. Nice educational streamer to relax. Yes. Yes. This air swim is so wild that it even works, because usually if you go to a completely different zone than the one you're in, you just die when you get there. But because you can go from the, from past Monk to here via the intended route, this area is loaded even though you're nowhere physically close to it.
When Wolf is air swimming, that's a hydrate for free.
True, if you really think about it. Oh. Hello? Surface, thank you. This run is so crazy. It's, yeah, it's a ridiculous, ridiculous run. All memes. Nice. Now don't get hit on the dragon. Alright, we'll take that, honestly. It's kind of all I could really do. Nice. All right. Akko, yes. So it's so that we can save a Yash, so that we can use the Yash to get our health lower faster. It saves like 14 seconds to use the Yash instead of splatting twice. So, yeah, that's more time than I predict that you will save on Dragon by using the Yash. And I could be wrong, because Dragon does suck, and... perhaps it really does lose that much time, but... that's so cursed, yep. Alright, straight to Hanbei. Mess that one up a little bit, but I think I still get the idol here if I do this right. Ah, just passed it. My bad. I should have lined it up. I thought I just had it and didn't need to line it up. There we go. That should work. Time loss. Low-key world record pace? I don't think it is. I think it's like 30 seconds to a minute off, but only because this run has been so bad. I think this proves that the route is good. I don't think it's world record pace though. I could be wrong. Nice. The setup. Yep. And here's where we use the Yash just to make sure that we have half max health. Single splat. Good setup on that. Just barely enough time. How does this work? It's hard to explain. And then remember Dragon's Blood Droplet. Remember Dragon's Blood Droplet. Also, don't crouch. Okay, decent setup. That one, like, could be improved by a few seconds, but I'm not sure we'll find something much better. Okay, now I have no idea how long it takes from here to Sword Saint. Use the droplet. I use the droplet while he's standing up so that I don't lose time. Because otherwise you lose time of the animation of popping it. Give me a chance 50%, you get it or you don't. Exactly. Vertical on the entrance kind of scared you. I didn't get a vertical. That was a horizontal. It was very early, but it was horizontal. Kenny, please don't do the opener that I hate. Oh, baby! Is this world record? I don't know what Worm Dog's time is. World record, let's go! Woo! Ah, probably partially ruined by Comcasting, but this definitely proves the route is faster. We won! And world's first sub 33! Woo! Let's go! Let's go! Holy! There we go. If you wanted proof the route's faster, there's your proof. Thank you, thank you. What a run. I mean, it wasn't even like that clean of a run. I think I didn't even get double canyon. I think it was a second try ogre skip. I mean, I guess the rest was like clean enough. Nothing went like horribly wrong, but yeah, I mean, that's all you need. That's all you need is for nothing to go horribly wrong and then easy world record. Shichiman went well in this one, I think. I think it was the previous one that Shichiman didn't go so well. I think Shichiman went well in this one, if I remember right. Now for Worm to get sub 30 in a few hours. You know, he could be. Worm dogging coming. Monkey skip. Oh, yeah, monkey skip was second try. Which honestly isn't that bad either. Like, I was really happy with the monkey skip. Second or third try or something. So, still very, very nice. All right, let me put this into the Discord. Here we are. There it is. Finally paid off. All of this routing we did, all of this shenanigans, it's like, oh, what if we did Emma? Nah, it's not quite fast enough. Oh, what if we did Hanbei? Nah, that's way too slow. But then, Umnik with the genius, what if we did both of them together that I wouldn't have ever thought of because I didn't even know you could go through rotating doors with it. Just like, bam, there it is. That was the last missing piece of the puzzle that we needed. I should double check probably on the file that it actually does have all the memories. Maybe that should be required in the verification. So maybe the world record video, you know, if this ever became a category and this was a world record, would have to include this. But we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 different memories. We have attack power 14, which is normally what you would end at if you used your final memory. We haven't used it yet, but we have the extra headless ape that we used. So you would normally end at 13 for an all memories run with the extra memory. Instead, we end at 14 with the extra memory. So there it is. Unless I am totally mistaken, that is a successful run. Big PB, oh yeah, giant PB, and world record. Huge PB, world record. All right. Neato. Yeah, there's I mean everything about the route right now feels efficient. Doesn't feel perfect. I'm sure there are optimizations. I'm positive there are optimizations to make, but there's nothing about the route that feels like, oh, this part is like really bad and we need to work on. It's just like, I don't know. There probably is big stuff that still could be changed, but nothing obvious. So very, very nice. Can move on to least bosses. Well, why don't we say that? Why don't we do another one? What if we just back-to-back world record? What if we just go faster, you know? What if I just did the same thing, but faster? Why not? Yeah. I also need to fix the auto splits if I'm gonna do the category more so that we can actually have all of the splits instead of only some of them. Faster. What if tutorial lock on? Let me also do a local recording just in case. You never know. You never know when you might get a world record. You never know when Comcast could Comcast all over your world record. All right, have a good one, copy. What if YOLO? I don't even know if I'd take it. I feel like I like the Akko. I feel like the Akko doesn't save that much time on Snake Eyes, but it saves some time. And I feel like it might save a good amount on Dragon, so... you know, since we want to go fast, why don't I not accept a failed start? You know? World record on a no reset run is crazy. Yeah, that was actually just a no reset run. We did not do well jump. We did not reset for missing double canyon. Like, it really just was. Yeah, whatever. Just send it. See if the route's good. I learned that Umbrella protects from ogre grabs during New Game Plus. Curiously, it doesn't protect from some other grabs in the game. I'm surprised it protects from any grabs. I did not know that. Protects from Emma's grab, really? Umbrella gives the fire effect versus ogre, so it actually makes the fight trivial. Well, I mean, it's not like the ogre fight is that hard without any fire. Maybe butterfly grab too, huh? And honestly, if we even never get a good run again, the fact that we beat Wormdog, got a world record again. It's been a while since I had a world record in Sekiro, and while this isn't an official leaderboard category yet, easy gold. It feels good. It feels good to get a world record, not only with my playing ability, but through routing ability, through finding stuff, through experimenting, through finding my own time saves. I mean, obviously, Umnick did the heavy lifting and actually finding the route that works, but in putting it together myself, the little tiny details of using the Yash for things and, you know, feels good. That's my favorite kind of speedrunning, where, like, you can find cool stuff and it is actually helpful. Worm ended Dragon at 30:10 and me at 24:19, so I guess your estimations were really good. Yeah. Okay, second try ogre. We still take that. We don't need to reset for a first try ogre. I'm still happy with a second try. Discovery, what's this run about? This run is about getting all of the memories, which used to mean killing all of the major bosses. But now we can just create memories out of thin air. So now it's about killing some of the major bosses that you have to kill, and then generating the rest of the memories that you can generate, so that you technically have all of the memories. No! That was way early. That was not even close on Double Canyon. Dang, I actually could have had a good start. Should have had a good start. %, plus getting the crap out of the game. Well, Immortal Severance, which is the, you know, slightly longer ending, but close enough to any %, plus glitching the game, plus one boss that you would not normally have to do. Yeah, bad start. You don't have the routing written down somewhere, do you? Nah, not really. I mean, watching it, it's fairly obvious what the routing is, but... If the goal is all memories and you get Saint Ishan memory through duping, do you actually need to finish the game? That's a good question. I believe the rules say yes, but I could actually double check on that. I believe it says the timing ends on credits, not on final memory. So therefore you would need to achieve credits. So therefore, I believe yes, but let me double check what it says. Currently, all memories, rules, beat the game with all of the following memories or remnants. You may collect the memories in whatever order you like as long as the ending credits sequence is achieved at some point in the run. So, how did you use a prosthetic without getting it first after Kuro? You have to be hanging on a ledge, and then you have to press grapple at the same time as another, like, movement thing. So in that case, it's, okay, well, I just kind of forgot to do the well jump, but it's fine. In that case, I use crouch and grapple, and I press them at the same time. And if you hit them on exactly the same frame, while you are hanging off of a ledge, it will just grapple. Only dupe Sword Saint Ishin if you have Dragon Mask. Getting 5,000 wouldn't necessarily be that tough to do. But getting 19 carp scales and having to go to Fountainhead to purchase the part of the mask is probably a little slow. I'm now in the reset in the tutorial experience because I'm trying to cut it a little too close to save fractions of a second. If the rule is just 14 memories remnants, then maybe Shura can be done. The rule as it stands right now lists out all the memories that you need to get separately, and it does not list the Shura Ishin, and it does list the Immortal Severance Ishin as being the ones that are required. But I mean, if we have a new category, we can always define it differently if we want to. So, it is not as though that definition has to stay for Immortal Severance for all memories unrestricted. We could have a different definition if we decide as a community that we think something else would be better. There we go. Don't go crazy for Shura plus Severance. I mean, you can get all the memories, including the Shura one, in one run. Oh, why did Kuro turn? There's no reason to continue this run, but I don't want to reset. I hate resetting in tutorial over and over, but like, it's like a 2-second time loss. Like, come on. I guess not a full 2 seconds of time loss from Kuro turning. Only 1.4 apparently. Can you dupe both Ishin memories for the first sub 1 hour all memories run? All memories. Yes, you can. I'm curious about all memories, like actually all memories, least bosses. How few bosses can you do while still creating every memory in the game? Assuming you don't even have to beat the game. Just, what is the minimum amount you have to do to be able to spontaneously create every other memory in the game? Would there be any way to create all of the memories doing only the least bosses route? Probably not, right? But so it's Anishin and True Monk still missing. Well, wait. If all you need is Dragon Mask for Sword Saint Ishin, you can get that without any extra bosses killed. And True Monk, we were doing Ishin's Parting Words. That one you would have to kill Dragon for. You want 3 bosses, all memories. I mean, yeah. I don't think it's probably possible, but imagine. No matter how long it takes, least bosses, all memories, even if it's a 3-hour run. Or you actually have to go, you know, have every single NPC get dragon rot just so that the, you know, final NPC that gets dragon rot, actually, if you talk to him, you can use him for the one missing memory. You count Inner Genny and Inner Sword Sainetian as memories, yeah? Whereas these bosses the same route, because True Monk is unreachable. If you're not killing a dragon, okay. If that is truly the only way to do it, you could still at least skip Sword Sainetian. I'm saying you don't even have to finish the game. You could just have all the memories and then be like, that's it. Sekiro is very difficult. It's pretty tough. It's a tough game for sure, I would say. Casually, yeah, it can take a while. It can be tough. It's easy when you dupe. Well, true. If you're doing infinite damage, it does become a lot more easy. Do you have time to share the splits during reset? If you fixed them. Like, you just want the current split file as it exists? I haven't fixed the splits, but I could send you just the order of the splits that I have. That's generally the route. You'd love that? Sure. Find live splits folder. It's in here somewhere. There. Splits. There. I hope that got saved before I sent that. What the fuck? What up, Worm Dog? Beat your time. Easy new route. Easy faster route. Get dunked on, kid. Get worm dogged on, worm dog. Yep. Have some learning to do. It's honestly, it's not that bad. You probably learn it in a day. Oh yeah, and I beat your time on a no reset. I was just like, all right, let's just get like, you know, a run where I just kind of get through the whole thing, and it was like, oh, world record, huh? So you could probably push it quite a bit lower. Insane sum of best. Well, no, the sum of best is super fake because I haven't set up any auto splits, and we've been changing the route, and I haven't been clearing my golds. So it's just an amalgamation of different routes that were faster in different areas. It's very silly. I only usually like to clean up my splits once we have like an established route, and this was just testing if the route even works. Accidental world record while just seeing if the route works. Gonna end up sub 30 for sure, though. I wouldn't... This exact route, probably not, but like... Sub 32 could probably maybe happen with a... real good run. I could maybe see that. If it ends up like Shura glitchless where, the world record is over a minute faster than me, and I have no idea why, then yeah, you know. I could maybe see this even going sub 31 in that case of just like, where did all this random time save come from? World record history for this category is gonna be so insane, yeah. We've gotta hurry up and actually vote and make it an actual official category so that I can have a world record over Wormdog. Never happened before. I'll reject Wormdog's run until my name is at the top. Gotta get on that history. Like right now so I can have it for 2 hours. There we go. First try, nice. District and day to before category creation, can it not? I think so, yeah. But since this happened now after midnight, if Wormdog goes and takes it back before the next midnight, the world record history doesn't have times, it only has days. So... Oh. We take a second try double canyon. Fact SRC doesn't use your time zone is so garbage. Yeah. Everything difficult for no reason. Gyobu? I'm gonna need you to fall. This is my good run here. Well, can't exactly dupe without a memory. Is Gyolo faster on this route? We don't know. Currently, I'm using an Akko for Snake Eyes, which if you cut that, who cares? But I'm also using it for Dragon right now to be able to get, like, a reasonably fast Dragon. You could instead use a Yash on Dragon, but then you'd have to use nothing on Genny because we need one of our Yash at the end to save 14 seconds getting a health set up for the poison. So, and Gyolo does not save 14 seconds, so if you had to pick between having the extra Yash or Gyolo, you'd have the extra Yash. So it only depends on if you can get a really fast Genny and a really fast Dragon without using any Ash or without using any sugar. That would be what it comes down to. Hopefully Jimmy plus Spear isn't faster. I kind of hope it is. That would be funny. That'd be really funny if Jimmy plus Spear was slightly faster. And then what if you use the Spear to pull Hanbei as well? Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? Dear God, no. It would be very funny. All right. I think last try for tonight, and then we'll have to give it some more goes tomorrow. I don't want to be up too late. Would you have enough emblems? You just get the 1,000 money bag. So, you know, you'd lose back some of the time saved getting the 1,000 money bag. But if you have the 1,000 money bag, you'd have plenty. How late is too late? Well, it's about to be 5 a.m., so I would say that is the correct amount of late. I would say after 5 a.m. is like too late. Like 6 a.m., that's too late. $5 a.m. is just right. Oh yeah, I guess I said it saves 14, but I forgot you have to use the Yash, which costs time. So yeah, like 12. Omnix got it right. Base cap of 14 emblems be enough to drag Hanbei all the way to the idol? I mean, even if it isn't, you just finish off with attacking him as normal. I just don't know how good Spear is at dragging enemies. Saying my wake up time is perfect to go to bed. Yep. That's the perfect bedtime. I just have something in the morning, yeah. Morning Europe time. Gotta be asleep while the Europeans are up. That's my motto, I guess. Okay. Not quite. Not quite this run. That's okay. We got world records tonight. I mean, what more can you ask for? What more can you ask for in a night than routing out a new run and getting world record with that new route in the same night? I mean, you really can't ask for anything more than that. Imagine someone told you a year ago that Hanbei is actually useful for the speed run. $1,000? Well, now you're just getting greedy. I said, what more can you ask for? Not. You're really gonna ask that? You're really gonna be like, and also give me $1,000? We're supposed to route just to figure out it was faster, not actually get the run. No. The reason I route to find out it's faster is so that I can get the run. The whole point is to put you in your place. Your place being like at the top, but like not quite as at the top as me. So take that. Ha 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 ha. Worm getting wormed. Ha ha. This is how I got most of my Sekiro world records, is other people would just be like a little faster than me in ways I could not figure out. It's just like, Passy just saves 2 seconds in this running section where we're basically running in a straight line somehow. And like the swimming sections where all you're doing is spamming the swim button. I was like, I don't understand, but I can find this new optimization that saves 4 seconds and then I can win. It's like, okay. This has always been the way that I win, is finding optimizations and staying close enough to being world record capable that once I find the optimization, I can get world record. And that has always been my style, and it's coming in clutch. Share you and Passy's 1.01 times speed script. Exactly. He needs to. They've been hiding it for long enough. All right, let's raid. Let's raid Zoodle, who's doing Dark Souls 1. All bosses use what you get permadeath randomizer. Basically the French challenge, but in Dark Souls 1. Been using a 2.00 times speed. Guess it's not showing very well. Classic home. Well, yeah, thank you all for watching. Have a good night, or morning, or afternoon, or evening, wherever in the world you all happen to be. And I will see you all later. Have a good one, everyone. Bye-bye.